Hello everyone, hello, this is Rex Red and I am back with another exciting tutorial on DAZ Studio and UltraScatter Pro. So here, this is going to be a pretty fun tutorial, but it's also a complex tutorial, which is kind of like me saying, I hope I can pull it off. I hope I can actually teach you how to do this. And in teaching you how to do this, I am making a record that I can later look at when I come back and say, how did I do that again? Okay, well, this is it, because it is a process. Now, in the background, you hear my music. I may not have it all the way through, because it sometimes interrupts my train of thought. So having my own voice in the background while I'm trying to explain something complicated can be even more complicated. Now we're going to start here with this heart. When you make an ultra scenery. Okay, now I have to turn this off for a while. I might turn it back on in a little bit. When you make an ultra scenery simulation, you have to begin with an object that you want to, ultra scenery, excuse me, ultra scatter. When you make an ultra scatter simulation, you have to start with the object that you want to scatter and say, okay, this heart is what I want to scatter. So then you have to say, well, what am I going to scatter this heart on? And you could say, well, let's scatter it on a plane. And as you can see here, we now have a plane. And this plane here, when I zoom out and show you, this plane is it's not a huge size, okay? But if we were to take this plane and bring it up to, say, 1,000%, then what you have is a very large area for your simulation to have to cover and scatter across. When you scatter across a small area, then the simulation can do it quite quickly. And then you also, theoretically, if it was this heart and I was just going to scatter across a small area, let's go into Geometry Editor. And I'm going to choose a selection mode. We'll go with lasso. And supposing that I just grab this area and say, well, as you can see, this these squares are not very big in this, so I possibly could just click this area and that area and say, well, all I'm going to scatter is, say, a few areas like this and this and this. And this, and this, and this. Let's zoom out a little bit and see what we have. This is the center. So I would assume we don't need this. Well, let's see. We do. This, and then we'll go this, this. So we have a square. This, this. This. So we go from one, let's see, one. Well, let's start this more methodically. Well, it is just being really temperamental here. Let me see if I can zoom out a little more. 2, there we go, 3, 4, and then we go 1, So this appears like it's an equidistant square. I don't know if that's an actual term, but it's equidistant to the center, to the heart in the center. So selecting this area allows us to take a very gigantic plane and select an area within that plane to do our surface scatter with. Then we are not, then the simulation only has to scatter across this surface. While you're in Geometry Editor, now I'm going to make this, what I'm going to do is instead of this area, which would be a very small area, but instead of scattering across this, what I'm going to do is take this plane out and I'm going to create something that is a little more in keeping with what you might encounter in real life. And so if I just do a plane, you may not see the complete ramifications of how you can scatter this in your real applications. So instead of this plane, we're going to go out of Geometry Editor for a moment. And instead of this plane, I'm going to create some kind of terrain. Okay, so we're going to use Terradome. Terradome 3. We'll go into Terradome. And we have the option of an A zone or a B zone. And so what I'm going to do is go to props, and the A zone is the area that's where your heart would sit in, like in the center, okay? And then the B zone is this curved piece of land that is way in the distant. And we're not going to, today we're not going to populate objects on the B zone. Instead, today we're going to focus on the A zone. So I'm going to place the A zone into the scene. And now when I select this and zoom out, we have this giant circle of land in here. And this circle is very large because if I zoom in here to this heart, you can see it goes way, it's probably in real life, because if this heart was a human, okay, this would probably be maybe a quarter of a mile, from maybe a little less, but you get the idea that this would be, and maybe from one end to the other would be a quarter of a mile. When we take this A zone and we give it some kind of landscape curvature, okay? And that's what Terradome is really good at, is giving land curvature. I'm going to zoom back in on my heart and zoom out a little bit so we can see the kind of curvature we're creating for us, because I can't really tell from far away what's happening here in the center. So I'll zoom out just a little bit so we can still kind of see the heart. Now I'm going to select back on my land, and I'm looking for something that is going to give me like a staging area in the center. And Rocky Hills, I found one once. Rocky Trench, Sand Ripples, Valley, Box Canyon, Canyon River. I think something maybe like a mesa would be nice. But that's the opposite of the mesa we're looking, okay, for. Now let's zoom out and see, maybe I can see this. Okay, actually this is pretty nice because what it gives me is this giant piece of land that I can move around. It gives me a staging area on top of a piece of land. It's in a way it's kind of a wasteful because it's not going to, but let's use this just for the sake of our example here. So we're going to take this, the heart. Okay, we don't want to move the heart. We just want to know where the heart is. And it looks like the heart is right directly in the center of this mesa plateau. Close enough. I'm going to take and go back into Geometry Editor now, and we're going to select our A zone, and we're going to go back to Tool Settings. If this Tool Settings isn't here, you go up into Windows Panes, and you'll find it listed here, Tool Settings. It'll pop in here. You can drag it and drop it into this pane into here, and then it will become a permanent part of this unless you right-click and remove it, close the pane. I keep Geometry Editor here all the time. It's always in this pane on the left. Now we're going to go here to Geometry Editor again, and then I'm going to, now I have my tools, I'm going to go to selection mode and make sure I have my lasso, and then I'm going to just draw around this like this. And you can draw in any way that you find useful. It's going to take a moment, and there we go. Now we have a piece of land, a surface that has been isolated from this very large surface. We have a surface, a staging area to do our simulation upon. Now you right click and you go to Geometry Assignment, and then you say Create Surface from Selected. Now you know it says Create Surface. If you do this, if you create the surface, it won't work, okay? Because it's going to create the surface. It doesn't, I don't believe it even creates a surface because the whole thing isn't selected or whatever. I'm not sure that if it does create a surface, I just know when you go to scatter on it, it won't work. You have to tell it that you want to create the surface from what you have selected. So we're going to create this surface, and I'm going to call this Zone 1. And we're going to say Accept. Because that's all I'm going to do is one zone. Now you could theoretically select another surface and call that Zone 2, and then you would have another zone. Now what this has done is this isn't changing the surface, because when I go into iRay, you're going to see that it all still looks the same. It's just going to be, it looks like the same as soon as it's white here, but this is not going to look any different. It's just currently selected. But if we go into the A zone and we're going to put a surface on here, I believe if I just select this A zone, possibly I could have just done this the wrong way around. So we're going to grab some kind of surface. If not, I possibly can. So let's just put this on here. And it doesn't look like it put it on the B zone. Let's see. Let's go here. All right, so I may have to select this other zone and then put it on there as well. Zone 1 and Zone 2, so it's on there. Oh, so we go into our, all right, I am not sure why this isn't, okay, let's try putting this on there. Okay, I was wondering if something like this might happen, where I just like to completely get base color, terrain, base color, okay, it's not putting it on there. Okay, this is a material. I may have to go back and edit. Let's see what happens when I delete this zone. I may have to delete the zone, put the texture on, and then do the surface. Because we just want the same surface, apparently, in this particular case. So we're going to go to A zone, zone 1. Now I think I can, maybe I can copy and paste the selected zone, copy selected surface, paste. Okay, it looks like it's on there. So that's how you do this. Now, I believe this is showing this zone because I am still in geometry editor mode. Now, if I come out of here, it doesn't look like it's done correct. So I believe I'm going to have to, maybe what I can do is select this all now again and put another, once I'm out of geometry mode. It would appear that these are the same. I'm going to try to render this, and we're going to see if we have, if it renders properly. That's one way to tell. No, it is not rendering properly. So I am going to try and delete this zone. Collapse hidden. It doesn't look like it's going to allow me to even delete it. Delete. That deleted the entire thing. Edit, undo, delete. Zone 1. How do I expand? There may be a way to do this in geometry editor. Okay. I messed up. So we're going to go back and start this again and do this. See, this is a complicated process, and so I can possibly, okay, A zone. We go back to the A zone. This is really strange. Now it's coming in with the A zone selected, with that surface selected in the A zone. And I am uncertain why that is something I did not expect at all. It's like made a surface out of the middle of my A zone. So let's go into the geometry editor again and see what happens when we try to remove this. I did not expect that to happen. Okay, so we right click on here, geometry, editing. All right. Terrain. I'm not sure. This should not be the case where this has selected this. It should not have saved that in. It should not have edited the actual model itself. Now we're going to have this sit like this for a moment and think. It would appear that this all has the same, and I don't know that that's what I wanted as well. Expand. So I believe I have to close this down and open it for a moment. Okay, that's going to take a moment. So we're going to go to Terradome. Terradome. Now it should not have that surface on there. It doesn't look like it does. So that's how you reset it, people. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is this time before I take... Now you can take any plane and do this with. I'm just trying to use Terradome because Terradome is a really cool landscape generator. We take the Terradome and we put the material. So you're going to find either your landscape is going to come with the material on it. This was I just did it backwards. So you want to find a material for your land, and let's just pick this grassy material, and it applied that material to this land. Now, if you're going to want a very high quality, the tiling, this would be for the close-up, so that you have a very high quality tile. So that's the finest. And this is for distant land. This is for up close land. And there's also another one here. These sub D. I don't think I'm going to put sub D on it right now. I believe I can put that on later. And these things are things to consider, what you have your land, because once you create a surface zone, then there's not much you can do. Well, then you're going to have a problem changing it. I'm going to now find our mesa again. Mesa would be somewhere here. Mesa. Okay, here it is. We're going to go into our texture shaded mode. And here we go. Here's our mesa again. And then we're going to, I'm going to put the heart in the scene. And I already know that the heart is going to lead to problems when I go to scatter it, because the heart, it's not like a circular thing. So when you scatter it, it's going to show you its directional position. And that's something I kind of want to happen. Is I want the heart to show me its directional position, because when we scatter, we may want to scatter and rotate. And this could give us a way of possibly going even further with this and learning about rotation when we scatter. I take this A zone and move it now down until I see my heart. Y translate. And come on. There we go. And so the heart is there, believe it or not. It's just so tiny. And then we translate it over so that it's in the center of our staging area. We look at it from the top just to make sure that this looks like a good center point. And maybe we'll go Z a little bit like this. So now we have a texture on the land, and we are ready now to go into Geometry Editor. And we are in Geometry Editor, and we can right click here, selection mode, select lasso, and we're going to now do this lasso around this. It's up to you on how much you want to set aside for your scatter. But if you can think in this case that this other land is going to be lower elevation, so it may be something you want to scatter things on here that are have less detail because they're going to be far away. So the things you scatter here are going to be higher detail. We right click now in the scene and you go to Geometry Assignment, and remember now to create surface from selected. Do not create a surface from Do not just create surface. If you do it, it won't work, and you will pull out your hair and say, why isn't this working? Create surface. And you remember that if you ever do create a face group or a region or any of these things, I've done it many, many times myself. That's why I'm stopping and saying, pay attention here, because you're going to come in and say, oh, I want to create a surface, and it won't work. It has to be from what you've selected. Okay, so we're going to create a surface, and now we're going to try this again. Zone 1, accept. Now it will retain the same surface it had before. And you can come in here, and it doesn't look like it is retaining the surface, but when we go in, when we render this, I believe we're going to see that it has the same. We are in Geometry Editor right now, so it may not look right. Okay, close this. I'm quite sure it retains the surface. If it doesn't, then we're going to have to mess with this. But if I go out of Geometry Editor, see, this is something I did not anticipate this happening. But it doesn't retain the surface. Okay, so now we have a completely new surface. Now, if you just create, like there were other options, it said to create, so we're out of here. So we're going to go to this surface, and then we're going to try and put the same surface that is on this zone, which is our terrain zone. This is the outer zone. We'll copy this surface, copy selected surface, and go here and see if we can just paste it to there. And it looks like it worked. So I could have done that in the other case, but I just thought that when I selected this surface that it would retain the surface previous until I wanted to change it to some other surface. But theoretically, when you think about this, this is kind of good, because when you come into here and you click this area, I can put like a distant surface here, and then I can put an up close, maybe a greener surface, some other kind of surface. So this allows me to treat these surfaces, because when we go into this heart and all, and we get close up into here, you can't really see the land below very well, because all we can see really right here is the top of the mesa. And let me zoom out just a little bit more to demonstrate that. And so when we go into iRay, you can see, you can't really see the land below. All you can see is where it drops off here. So I can take and go into this zone and still go into these surfaces and just change it to any surface that I want. And I am not certain why it's giving me this long line kind of surface. But when we get really up very close to the heart, you'll notice that this ground surface is going to look quite realistic. But it's giving me this really elongated texture. So let's go into here and see why. And this is our vertical tiles. So something's really wrong. This is supposed to be 0. And so we have vertical tiles, and this is supposed to be 1. And so now we have a pretty, it looks like when we zoom out at a reasonable distance, it's going to look like some kind of soil. Okay, so this is how we treat a certain area, because before you go into UltraScatter, so you have to think about what you want to scatter. That's why I'm doing this, because I could have just put a plane in here and said scatter away, okay? Just scatter on this plane surface, okay? But now I'm showing you something that's very important, because you don't want to just scatter away like that. You want to scatter judiciously with UltraScatter. Now, you could argue that I have too much of a surface here, and there's a way to relinquish this surface back to the other, but I'm not sure exactly how to do that right now. But that would be something for another tutorial. We're going to go with it because I have a lot that I want to cover here. So, because I'm thinking that possibly all I really needed to do was take this zone, and I can do that, is just to take an even smaller area of this patch and scatter to it. Because look how tiny our heart is. Now let's bring in a human really quick into here. Across the expanse, somewhere in the air, forever is a dream that lovers feel. Here we go. We have a person in here now. Let's zoom into this. Now this texture on the ground, it's not quite as nice as I thought it was going to be, because I thought he would be much larger. So there is a way to fix this, and so we're going to, I believe I can get a better looking texture than that. So this is our A zone. So we're going to go back out, select Terradome, and go to default. Terradome, where are you? Terradome, here it is, Terradome 3. I have some other textures. What happens when we're looking for a material, and that just looks just as terrible as the other. That may have been what I had selected. Okay, so it's not changing this texture for whatever reason. So what I can do is put a shader, a ground shader on here as well. I believe what I've done is I've broken Terradome's algorithm. So if I select this whole thing, maybe it will put it on the entire object. Let's zoom out. See what it did was it put it, I believe, outside. And then what I have to do is then take this copy selected surface, paste it here. Now let's zoom back in and see if this, no, see this is not working correctly. All right, now this is starting to make a little bit more sense now. So what I do is it's just doing something incorrect with the scaling of this top piece. So we go back to our A zone. and we go to this and we pick the horizontal tiles. For some reason it's throwing it at 55. It's putting it as if it's a long piece of land. Put this at like 5, and then we take the horizontal tile and we put that at 5, and now we have something that looks like ground. See this? And we can go a little higher. We can go, say, 10 and 10. And that's how you do this, okay? So you go into the tiles and you just set the tiles. Now this looks like a very detailed ground. And so you can do that with any of these surfaces. So if I click on this zone 1, now if I put another zone here, it will remember these. No, it's not remembering them. The only way to do this is to zoom out on the whole thing. And let's find, we'll go with the grassy one because I want something grassy under it, I think. So let's see what happens. This should turn that green. Okay, so it turns the outer part green. So we take this terrain, we right click, copy the selected surface, paste it to it, and then, that didn't work. Terrain, zone 1, paste. Now that might actually have pasted to it, but we're on the top of a mountain, and some of these, if you notice how it looks like it gets, this is a two-tone kind of terrain. So when you paste it to the top there, let's zoom back in. This tutorial is rife with problems from all along. I've been having problems since I started it, but let's see if we can get this to stop plaguing us here. So we want this to be 10. All right. Well, we're going to have we're on the top of a mesa, so we're going to have a rocky terrain no matter what we do. We're going to start now working with UltraScatter. So we are out of Geometry Editor. I have shown you how to isolate and create a zone because Geometry Editor, so now this piece of land that I have made, it's not that big. It's kind of big, and I wish I had cut this around the edge here a little closer, but that's what we get. So we have, now I can take this surface and I can put any kind of surface on it. So if I take this zone now and I go into my surfaces and presets, and if we find a grass surface, because it's too rocky for me, grass doesn't look like it would grow out of this. So I go into default, we scroll down to our shaders, we type in like grass. I don't think I have a lot that will show up in here for grass shaders, for ground grass. We're going to type ground. For a love that's on fire, a love we desire for us to share. Here we go. Oh, that's RSL. Once we find this love, we are looking for MDL. Here we go. We cherish with all our heart. Now that's very large, so we're going to zoom in on this guy. Go back to our editor. Now we're going to fix these tiles. We're going to say 15. 15. It keeps turning our world around. Let's go a little bit more. Let's go 20. Dreams are all we can say. Something we need every day. Let's go 25. They won't lead us astray. 'Cause love will never fade. How about 30? 30. And we can take this. This gives us flexibility to put whatever thing we want on this zone. Now we zoom out, it looks like a repeating pattern, which is kind of terrible, but when we get up close, it looks really good. So, and then if you look at it like this, distance-wise, it works as well. No matter where we are now, so I have shown you how to isolate a zone from this A zone so that we're not going to be, if you watched the last video with UltraScatter, I had a problem with UltraScatter because I kept scattering and I would end up with only like about 2 or 3 items showing up in, and it was because that piece of land that I was trying to scatter to was so huge that it was scattering items far away. And I'm wondering if this A zone that I have, this zone that I've created from this A zone, is actually still too large. But we're going to try to use it. Now let's turn that off for a moment so I could think. So we're going to switch now to another phase of this tutorial. I'm going to hide. We know pretty much how big this guy was here. I put him here so I would know how big I needed to make the ground texture. Because if he was a giant, then I wouldn't need it this fine. And if he was a little teeny, then I'd have to make it finer. So that from his perspective, it looks realistic. Now, so I'm going to hide him now because I don't really need him in the scene. And now we're going to talk about this single heart that's in the scene. This is going to be our seed item and I know it doesn't make sense. You would think I would scatter grass across this. Hello, John. Hello. This is going to be an awesome tutorial. Welcome. I hope you are going to enjoy this. I don't know if you just came in or if you've been here for a while. I could try and recap a little bit of what we've done. But this is this is the Terradome, and I've taken the A zone because there's the B zone that goes around it, which is the distance. And what I've done is gone into geometry editor, and you can watch the beginning of this tutorial. I took the geometry editor and I created a zone from this large gigantic piece because if I don't then what it's going to, UltraScatter is going to keep computing this gigantic piece of land. Well, this is going to be a fun one. I think you're going to enjoy this video because I'm going to try and teach you UltraScatter completely all the way through so you're able to use all of the features. I think my microphone is A little too loud. Okay, all, let's bring that down. All of the features that, okay, can you still hear me? I hope this is okay. So you can use all of the features that are in UltraScatter. We're going to go now to this heart video, to this heart. Now, this heart in the center of the scene, when you go to scatter, UltraScatter is aware of two things regarding this heart. It's aware of its original position and its original size. So if I move this heart, then UltraScatter is going to still be aware of this heart's original position and size, and the size that and position and I guess and place. I don't think it really cares about place. It only cares about its original size and rotation. But its original place, it's not, because it's going to duplicate this heart and put this heart in many different places. So it's not concerned about its place, because it's going to create objects and put them in many different places. So we're going to put this under our land. And I always have a problem doing that, but do it. Always never leave your seed item in your scene. Always hide it from your scene. We can just click on the heart in the scene and select it. I'm going to now open up UltraScatter. And UltraScatter, we want Pro. And you select your heart. It's not an object or group of objects. Wonderful. Okay, it's a bone of some sort, I guess. Oh, I didn't select the heart. I select part of like the elbow or arm of the heart. I have to select the heart. That one was going to say, oh no, another monkey wrench. Not today. So we have our heart, and this is our scatter object. And I'm going to repeat that again. UltraScenery is aware of the heart's original size and its rotation. And okay, I knew there was another one. And scaling. Now, rotation and scaling. Okay, so it's aware of two things. Its scale and its rotation. Which is size. Scaling is its size. And it's aware of its rotation, how it's rotated. So why UltraScenery does that, I'm not really sure, but I think I think it's so that you can create more complexity in your design by using these same things in different ways. And we'll get into that, and I'm going to also warn you that there are things about this that I still don't understand. But I think I understand enough to get us by, because if you want to learn UltraScatter, we go on YouTube here, and Ultra. Okay, we got to go to YouTube. The person who created UltraScatter, they've put out a tutorial video. And if I can find it, it's about maybe, that's another one of my UltraScatter videos. Let's put this in one word. Yeah, this is 4 years ago. This is Howie Farks. He's like the genius who made UltraScatter. And if you notice it, there's no talking, okay? And he basically says, puts an object in the scene, and I think I like this, but let's give him another like. Because if I could love this, I would. But this is this is the manual. This is the manual for UltraScatter is pretty well done. But I mean, he's quickly as he can get through. He says, put the heart in, open UltraScatter, scatter it all around, and you know all there is to know about it. And you see, this is almost done. So this is why I'm making this video, because there is nobody except for Jay is the only other person who's made videos on UltraScatters, and Jay's videos are also very short, maybe 10, 15 minutes long. This is one of his, How to Grow Grass. That's 30 minutes. And he does go into a lot of stuff, but not what we're going to be going into today. So okay, some of it's going to be like, he doesn't show you how to set up zones. So this zone that I set up on the grass, you really can't use UltraScatter correctly without using zones, and I'll show you why. Our heart is selected, and we need to go into distribution. So we're going to start distributing. So I'm going to select, it says target object to select. So we're going to select the A zone, but now it says limit scatter to, and this is where I'm amazed by this, but UltraScatter can see this zone that I created on the top of the mesa. So I select that zone. Now, you're not going to find that anywhere on YouTube on how to do that. So this is, but it does explain it in the owner's manual. Then I'm going to pick a number of instances, and I'm only going to try picking, let's say, 300, because I want to make a, let's say 400. I want to make a scatter that's not so huge, and I'm not going to use my the camera to restrict it, okay, because it's being restricted by this zone. And we go into distribution just to double check, and let's not do any distribution right now. Scaling, let's inherit the object's original scale. So see, that's why I'm saying that it knows the original scale, and I'm going to inherit the object's rotation from currently for now, and we're going to scatter. And let's hope this scatter doesn't take forever. And it looks like it's going to. So I didn't get one heart. So I have to go and now look and see why we didn't get heart. This happens a lot. So we're going to go back into UltraScatter and find out. I've done something wrong. Let's see. We'll go back to my music at some point, I'm sure. Settings. Number of instances 400, may be too low. I think that could be it. We're in centimeters. Scaling rotation. Inherit rotation. Inherit scale, excuse me. And now this 3D noise part is I'm going to place a tiny sphere in the scene. Sphere. And now if you notice this little drop down for creating spheres for things, we can go centimeters for the diameter, and then we'll go like 8 centimeters. Segments 10. Okay, accept. So now we have a tiny little sphere in the scene. I'm going to try and just run this again and just add a few more. Okay. Now, actually, if you look at this, it says the single heart. It put 398 instances here. I'm wondering, okay, the instances are underneath. This is extremely puzzling. So something to do with the position. Let's see. Let's go back into here. Distribution, elevation. Okay, it says minus 1,000, so minimum elevation. So we would want our elevation to begin at 0. Maximum elevation would be 0. It is pretty funny. It's great. I agree. So I was thinking, always look at how many instances it creates, because you can look and say, oh, it didn't create there. Where are they all? But then if you look at how many instances it created, that's going to be your sure bet. And it created up to 400. So I'm going to go back here and set that back to 400. Now we're going to try another surface scatter and see if this works. It's kind of odd because I would have thought that it would have placed these instances on the ground. I'm sorry, my mic might have been turned down too much. I would have thought that it would have placed these instances on the ground. And followed the contour of the ground. And that's there's something I've missed here. But we're going to run it through here again. Let's give it actually somewhere to scatter them. So we're going to scatter them 1 centimeter above 0, within the 1 and 0. So you can't just set them to 0 and say scatter it at 0. You have to give it, I guess, a... And I still may have a problem. I think I set the Perlin map on. See, there's a lot of touch and go with this, and how this works. Come on. Oh, no, no, no. They tell me it didn't do it. So we have 8 instances of hearts. See, I am constantly dealing with this kind of problem. And you see, it's placed them now. Where is 0? This is 0 right here. So why it placed them there, I have no idea.
Worries they just fade away when you shine. When you shine. When you shine.
Well, at least I have an excuse for why this is so hard, is because that's what we have for that video on YouTube. That's what we have to teach us how to use this, other than the and it's such a complicated, it's, you know, and I'm here trying to teach. Well, thank you, John. That's very nice of you to call me talented. Thank you. Very kind. Thank you very, very much. I am trying to teach people how to use this, and, you know, in the process, I'm selling this product. People will, you know, I don't make any money from when people buy it, but I am trying to help people, inspire them to use it, to purchase it eventually, and to use it. So, minimum fall off in centimeters. Okay, so, all right, so minimum elevation would be 0, and maximum slope. See, slope I don't understand at all. Orientation, and these I don't understand these either, but I do I know some of the scaling and rotation stuff. Now, scale, okay, we're in density, and so spacing in centimeters would be just leaving it at 0. Is, let's try spacing at 1 centimeter. That's how far apart they are. Let's go more to like 3 centimeters. And the reason why I leave the map white is because this should give me a uniform. See, if I change this map to this like Perlin, then it's going to place the hearts in the white areas, and in the black areas there will be no hearts placed. But if I leave it, and so it will give me like a sporadic kind of variant pattern of where it places them. But if I leave it white, then it should place them just evenly 3 centimeters apart. So I'm trying to make this work as the most simplest kind of setting. So I think what I might have to do is take this piece of land out, this zone 3. I wanted to kind of show you about zones, but I may not be able to do it. I may not accomplish what I'm trying to do here. Now, this is my sphere. Now, notice this sphere is... this has 1 little square, and this has 3 little squares, and I'm not sure what the difference is. So I wanted to use the hearts, because then I figured that once I got the hearts spread out into a pattern, that then we could mess with rotating them and setting them into a rotation pattern. But once I get, if I take, and I'll just take this heart, and we'll hide it for now, and we'll scatter the sphere. So I'm going to delete this, and then we will go here instead. We'll select, okay, well, actually what I'll do is I'll go undo, delete that, And I'll show you how you can change this to a different, because you have to select the heart, and then you open UltraScatter and you scatter it to the ground. But if I open UltraScatter here, what I can do is open another, click on the sphere, which, remember again, we have to have the sphere below the ground so that it's out of sight. And it's actually not below the center there, but below the ground, what we want to scatter it to. So we open UltraScatter, and then what I can do is say it's import settings, and it says, oh, you have a heart one. So I can select that, and then it changes all the settings from the heart to the sphere. And so I don't have to change anything. So let's say maximum centimeters. Let's put that at 1,000 again, just so that, oh, okay, I just thought of something. The minimum centimeters, we have to go like, say, 20, because my land, most of my land is all below 0. That's making sense now. Let's go 30. It's going to try to contour the land, but, all right, so now let's try the surface scatter again. And so we want white because we just want it to be a uniform scatter.
And all things.
Now, the last scatter that I did, we only had 8 instances. I wonder if those 8 instances were where the land, you see, the land does actually come up above. And one thing that I don't understand about UltraScatter, there are a lot of things that I don't understand, but is why doesn't UltraScatter, how does it know which side of the land to put the scatter on? It just seems to always know that you want to scatter on the top, of the land. But how does it know that? And how, what if I wanted to scatter on 2 sides of an object? So this didn't work. Again, we have 0 instances. So it didn't put any spheres in the scene at all. So let's go in and see if we can find out why. All right. Zone 1. The A zone. We have our land. Select a scatter. That's the important. Okay. Preview full. Our object is a sphere. Minimum was 30 centimeters. I'm wondering if that's even enough, but 1,000 centimeters high, so I gave it an area. Spacing, let's try spacing them at 3 centimeters. And scaling, the object scale, that shouldn't be a problem. We're not scaling anything. We don't want them small and large and different size right now. Rotation, we're not rotating in, and doesn't really have to inherit the rotation because now I'm going to try to, and we're not sloping anything. Let's try adding some fall off. Just and let's go a little bit lower for minimum elevation to 50 centimeters. And okay, and let's go into our number of iterations. Let's just go to 1,000. We're not restricting to the camera because we're restricting to zone 1. All right, let's try again. Let's see what we have. 76%. If this doesn't work, I'm going to take the land out and I'm going to replace it with a plane. It just may not like this zone, this A zone. Or I may not be treating it correctly. If I just put a plane in, we got to get some kind of scatter here. It's like, okay, 0 instances again. So we're going to take the A zone out. And we're going to start over with just a plane. A plane here. And this is meters, 10 meters by, okay, except we're going to have just a small plane. We are going to put a texture on it. Let's just put it like, make it black. Okay. We got to get a scatter here. We haven't even gotten one scatter really, except underneath the. And I might try to scatter the hearts instead of the sphere. Okay. See if we can get the hearts to scatter. And we're going to take our plane and I'm going to put a black. Okay, I'm going to take the plane and make it a little bit larger. We're going to make the plane 300%. Okay, how about 350? $400. Okay. It looks like the plane just reached the end of our small little platform that we have here in Daz. So let's put a black surfaces, plane, black, black. Let's do the brushed metallic. Okay, there we go. So now we select our heart and open this up. I keep doing that. Heart. And we're going to select our scatter object is the we're going to select it to plane and distribution. I'm not going to touch anything. It should just scatter to this plane. This is what we want it to scatter to, is the plane. Now you see something is wrong here with and that's the 20 instances. I have to close Daz again. No, I'm going to open the beta just because something's wrong there, and I don't want to bring this all back in and find out something's corrupted the way, and it might require me to restart. I'm not sure, but it's just not working right. So I'm going to take and go here, default heart, and it was down at the bottom here. Filter by context. How about we not do that? Okay.
So I whisper, I love you. Say sweet words that are true. Softly you speak. Softly you hear. Softly you smile.
Okay.
When you are near.
Okay, there's a balloon heart. Let's put Sub D on that. Oh, it already contains sub D. All right, now we can put a surface red, make it red. Just base color red. There's our heart. Okay. Now we're gonna put the heart down below. You have to do this. Your heart's gonna be in your scene if you don't take your seed and put it below there. Now we're gonna go here to our plane. We're gonna go 40 meters. Let's try that. Let's see how big the plane is. Okay, that plane just fits perfectly on our thing. Let's look at this plane in wireframe. Okay. Okay. Back to here. Now we go into plane. Let's make the plane black.
Baby, I will never know how you could go so low.
All right, so we select the balloon. We go into this is scatter.
Blurred the lines between wrong and right. I tried to comfort the pain inside, yet still our love remained denied. Now I'm left still loving you.
Come on, UltraScatter.
It seems there's nothing that can undo the angry words we said still show. Baby, I will never know how you could go so.
I have so much stuff on my in my library that this takes just forever. I'm going to take these off for a moment. Whoa, here we go. All right, you take care, John. You have a wonderful evening. I hope we're able to get this to work at some point. Target object plane 20. Let's go up to 100. Have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. Surface scatter. Let's see what happens. Okay, we've got some hearts. So now the test, now we have something we can actually test. Take care, buddy. Take care. Thanks for coming in and thanks for saying hi. You have a wonderful day. I hope you were able to learn a few things here. So now we're going to try and warp this ground just a bit to make sure that they're not just following the plane. They're on the plane. So let's take this plane here and we're going to take Mesh Grabber. Products. Okay, let's go to we would go here to our tool settings, Mesh Grabber. Let's grab hold of this plane in the center here. And let's make our okay, the plane only has one. It can't be. I kind of thought that might end up being the problem. All right, so we have to put in another plane here, but let's put this plane in now. Where is this? Plane. We have to have divisions in the plane, so let's say 200. So now let's take the plane and select this in the center. we're on surface selection. We want to be in mesh grabber. Let's see what happens. Okay, now we can deform the plane, but that's not enough. Edit, undo. Let's just deform the plane like Falloff radius, like this. Gain. All right, let's try it like that. That might be a little high. Just like this. And see what happens when... All right, so let's go back to our translate tool. And now we have our balloon heart. Let's open this up. We're going to say number is going to be 300. And let's select our plane and scatter. Is it scattering along just along the so no, it's scattering up on the plane as well. All right, and we got all 300 instances of hearts here. So now we can do some fun stuff with this. We've got it working. If it doesn't work, all I can say is close down your project, restart. Your project can get corrupted. And so if it doesn't work, close your project, close DAS, restart your computer, and maybe you'll get everything back where you can try again. And so what we're going to do here is now we can go and just keep going. And that happened quite quickly, which means I'm going to be able to show you like all of this in a quicker kind of fashion. So let's go like 900. Do we get all 900 here? I think we will. I think we can fill it until this whole thing is full of hearts. There's 900, all right? And so we have now 900 hearts scattered along. I have the most hearts of anybody in the world. Just kidding. So now we're going to go here with 2,000, with 5,000. We're going to fill this right up with hearts. 5,000 hearts. And what we have here is a uniform scatter, because we didn't put any of that Perlin, the maps, scatter maps, so it's just scattering them. It doesn't look incredibly uniform, but it's scattering them. And that's 5,000 right there, 5,000 hearts. So let's tempt fate and go up to 10,000. 10,000 hearts. It's going to run out of room. And so it probably won't have enough room to put 10,000 hearts here. So the man with 10,000 hearts. So Rex Red, you've seen it here. 10,000 hearts. So unless my computer crashes. So, all right. Now we're going to have 10,000 hearts here. It's probably only going to be like maybe 9,000 and something, and I'll run out of room. And after we fill this with as many hearts as it will take, then we're going to talk about something. Creating 10,000 instances. If there's enough room to put like 10,001 hearts, now that's 10,000 hearts. Okay, so there's obviously enough room to put maybe 20,000, more hearts, okay, on here than 10,000. So now we're going to talk about something. What it does, okay, is it looks at the whole piece of land, and then it scatters them along the piece of land. Now, normally in DAZ, when you put a piece of land in here, it's like usually, just a moment. It's usually like 8 or 10, 15 times bigger than this piece of land. So if I were to, we go back to the example where I scattered a few hundred hearts. See, this, you have to understand this. You have to understand this to use UltraScatter. But if I were to scatter, let's go again with 50 hearts. This should happen pretty quickly. So it's computing this whole piece of land, and then it's scattering 50. Now, if I were to try to scatter 50 hearts on a gigantic piece of land, let's take this plane here and make it the size that you normally have a piece of land in DAZ. Normally in DAZ, you would have a piece of land, say the size of scale. It would be much larger than this. It would be, say, $900. And you can see now we're down. We're way up in this. Let's bring the land down so that the top. That's rotate, edit, undo. Y scale, translate. Let's bring the top of the thing so it's at the top of our thing here. So we have the top of the land just hitting the center there. So now we go here and we select this land and we go to our scatter. And when we go to scatter the hearts, see, so I'm zoomed way out. So when I scatter, surface scatter, it's going to scatter those hearts all over those 50 hearts all over. And if you notice, now we zoom in on let's put a sphere in the center so I can get to the center here. And what's kind of interesting is that it didn't scatter them all over. It scattered them. Let's put a sphere in the center. A sphere. Let's go 50 centimeters. Let's go to the center here now. And it scattered them pretty close to the center. And it only scattered 30 of them. So something went wrong here. Why did it has all of this land area? Why didn't it scatter 50 hearts? Isn't that what I told it to scatter? Let's go back to here. I told it to scatter 50. And it could only scatter 30. You see, so something is happening now, okay? Because this land is so large that it almost like loses its bearing, and it can't really compute correctly. It just runs out of ability to compute. See, so having a small piece of land is very important too. That's why I tried to take that area. So what we're going to do now is we're going to try that thing again with selecting an area. Let's take this plane and pull this plane. It seems to be contacting 0 right about there. So let's put this here so that's in where it's contacting 0. And now what I'm going to do is we're going to zoom out a little bit more. And we're going to take a small little section of this and turn that into a zone. Let's do it from the top here. And let's go top, straight down on the top. And it seems as though we've got some kind of, all right, that's a little off. So we're going to go into our geometry editor. We're going to take this out. Let's go to our plane. Let's see if we can get this to work. So we're going to go to Tool Settings, Geometry Editor. This time I'm going to use the selection mode, a marquee. We're going to draw a little square here and select an area out of our, and that didn't work too well. Our sphere has some weird, okay, so it's not a perfect cut because we're trying to cut something out of a sphere. But we've grabbed an area of land here, real estate, let's say. So we're going to right click, we're going to select, we're going to geometry assignment, create surface from selected. And we're going to call this surface 1. Accept. Okay, so now we have another surface selected from this. So it's not the whole complete thing, but we have to, so now we're going to select our heart, go back here to UltraScatter. We're going to select our plane, but then we're going to select surface 1 and we're going to scatter 50 hearts along surface 1. What happens? And you see, this is magic. This is what's important. So, and it scattered all 50 of them. So that problem of it looking at that gigantic piece of land and saying, I give up. I'm just going to scatter them somewhere, and I'm not even going to scatter all 50 because I give up. So now let's see if we can scatter 10,000 in this little circular area. So you see, this is the problem with UltraScatter, is that it can't deal with gigantic pieces of land. And most of the time when you put a piece of land in your scene, it's big. It's like much bigger than this little square here. And so you're going to, what's going to happen is when you go to scatter on, and I am so glad I'm able to teach this to you guys, all right? When you go to scatter on a big piece of land, UltraScatter's not going to work right. And eventually it can just like say, I give up and quit on you. And what you're trying to do is, is just really scatter stuff into a small area. It's like, I don't care if there's hearts scattered all over this. I'm only trying to scatter into this area, which is my HD area. I'm only really trying to scatter stuff in the area where my character's standing around in the grass. I don't need to scatter it everywhere. And so you have to limit your scatter area, and the way you limit, now look at that. That is 10,000 hearts scattered into that surface area that I created. So this is tip number 1. The big, and I mean, I think I've given you a bunch of tips so far, but the big tip right now is limit your surface scatter area into an area, say let's say maybe it can be bigger than this. I'm not going to test this out right now, but it's only going to be, you're only going to be able to work with UltraScatter in so big of an area, and then it's going to stop working right, and it's going to just kind of peter out on you. All right. And so this is, now I've got a sphere here. Let's go to the sphere in the center. Oops, it's buried. But this is kind of cool. Look at this. 10,000 hearts. So 10,000 hearts. This is kind of beautiful, actually. So this is the beauty of computers. This is, and you know how hard it would have been for me to place these 10,000 hearts up into our, now if we were to just delete the, turn the plane off for a moment, we can bring this in here like this and turn the plane off. Oh, it turned off the, well, let's turn that back on if we can. Yeah, and now the plane is off. And now we can see the hearts from underneath. So this is really, really cool. So this is for me to have placed these hearts along this line here would have been, it would have been taking me maybe a week or a month to place these hearts along here and to achieve this kind of symmetry. And the fact that I can just come in here and now do some really, really cool stuff with this group. So what we're going to do now is we have the hearts. We're going to make a few less hearts because we don't need this many hearts to deal with. So we're going to go, just because I want to keep rendering it and rendering it and rendering it and doing all kinds of stuff. So let's go with 2,000. Let's see how many that gives us. 2,000 hearts. Enter. So see, so this only takes a moment to scatter. All right, so we can do some testing and stuff, and this may even be too many as well.
When I touch you and you touch me,
It's like hearts all over the world. Okay. So we have now hearts, and they are scattered in that area, all perfectly just touching the top, the surface of that area. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take and go back into here, and I have a sphere here in the middle. Remember, sphere. So we're going to take this sphere, and first of all, I'm going to bring the sphere back up to 0, because the sphere I can delete, because we're only using the sphere. Okay, let's take me into this sphere. The sphere is sitting at 0 right on the top of in our world, center of our world center. And so that's where we want the sphere. Now what we're going to do is we're going to learn to use Repel, and there's still too many hearts. So we're going to do 500. Okay. Oops, that's not how you do it. You do it here. And we can go back into here. 500. We're going to do some cool stuff here. See, and this happens quickly. So we can do a lot of really cool. And you see, it scattered them all 500. It didn't cheap out on me, okay? Now, if I had tried, if I was trying to scatter this, and this might be redundant, but if I was trying to scatter this all over this plane, it wouldn't have scattered all 500. It would have scattered only so many and said, oh, I give up. This is too big. I don't want to scatter along this gigantic. That's why it gives up. That's why UltraScatter craps out on you, because it's too big of an area. Now that mesa that I drew that big square around, that might have been pushing the limit on the amount of space that UltraScatter will work with correctly with. Okay, so we're gonna now look here at this UltraScatter. We're going to go into UltraScatter. This is the amount of objects that I want. Now we're going to go into distribution. And as you can see, they're all evenly spread out across this. But if I change this to this Perlin map, it should start like clump them together into a pattern. That other pattern was pretty random, but this is going to give us like the Perlin pattern. And this is, you could see where they're kind of clumped together. Now, if I go back into here and we turn, we turn the Perlin pattern back to none, we're going to get a different kind of pattern. I think it's still a type of randomness, but it's different than the Perlin randomness, okay? And that's what it's attempting to do, is set them around there randomly. And it looks like some of them are higher than others or lower because they're on a slope, and that's why some look higher. Now what we're going to do is something fun. This is going to be repel and attract. So we're going to leave this particular this is still a random pattern, because if it wasn't random, they would start in the middle and just slowly move their way out. And so now spacing, let's try messing with spacing. Let's go with, because we don't have zero spacing. I don't know what that means. It could be just random. So let's try 5 centimeters. All right? No, let's try 15 and see if we get some kind of ordered spacing. This is how you learn stuff. You get it to work right in a very small, finite area. And then you try all these different things. And you see, this doesn't look like the spacing worked. Because these are, now that might be just minimum spacing, so that some of them, I don't know. There's really, it's hard to tell what this spacing really means. Slope, orientation, this is our spacing thing. So we're going to just we'll go back to 0 because I don't see much difference in the spacing at all. So we're just going to go to 0 so we don't mess anything up. Now what we're going to do is we're going to play with this affinity thing, and we're going to select our sphere, because we want to attract and repel from the sphere. So how far away from the sphere are we going to repel? Well, let's go to 100 centimeters, okay? And how far are we going to attract to the sphere? Let's go to 500 centimeters. Okay, and let's see what happens. So we're just leaving everything else kind of set, and we're just putting in the attract and repel. And guess what? We only have 24 instances. So something is wrong, okay? Because what's supposed to be, it did attract and it did repel, but they're not all squished into this area. So there's a problem here, because I would have expected there would have been how many 500 of them squished all into this area, and they're not. So we have some kind of problem with the distribution. So let's see about, when we go into scaling, so we're going to go scale, effects, spacing, and Falloff. Let's just put these two things on and see what happens now. So it's still 24.
You are an angel
All right, so we're going to go.
for your touch and everything you do.
That didn't work, okay? So what we're going to do is take this random scaling off,
Even when you're gone,
and we're going to try this now.
till you are here at night and in the dawn.
24, so that didn't work. So we're going to go here.
Together, you and I, our love is
Oh, this is distribution, elevation, slope.
You're the reason why we found the two of us.
Let's try putting just spacing them out really far and see if we just end up with hardly none in there. 23, one less. See, so I tend to think that some of these things, they only work when certain things are, other things are set. The fall off. So we're going to leave that at 0 again. Now we're going to go here. Let's turn all of this off and see what happens. Because I didn't resize. That's why I was very careful not to resize the heart. Okay, so we have 24 instances again. So it's not putting them closer here into this area. This is what's puzzling to me. So we're not changing their scale. So that shouldn't change. Random scaling, distribution. Let's go now into, okay, Repel. Let's go to 20 centimeters. Let's go to like 30 centimeters and just see if changing this. They are repelling from the sphere, okay, surface, and they're attracting. See, that's why we have a okay, so now we have 25 here. So if we zoom in on this, what you can see is this is 20 centimeters. So it repelled them, and then the outer limit was 500 centimeters. This is 500. So we have them attracting and repelling within this 520 centimeter range. So that is working, okay, the repel. And I'll show you why it's working, because if I see this one's 20 centimeters, if I go here and set that to repel to, say, a 100, okay, then you're going to see this heart in the center move out. You'll see it move away from this. It will be out about here. Okay, so now that's 100 centimeter repel, and that's 500 centimeter attract. But the thing is that we're not seeing is it's not attracting all of the hearts. And I believe that is because it's only it's not like drawing the hearts to it and saying, okay, come here, little sheep. All of the 50, the hearts. So if you think about this, the other hearts are still there in the other aspect. And so to me, the only way to fix this would be to go here and set this up to 10,000. And then it's going to scatter them across the whole thing, which is, to me, a terrible way for this to work. Okay? But then you're going to see that we have now 600. We have 500 hearts, roughly 500 hearts here. in our little Repel. And so that's how it works, okay? This is how it works. And I don't know of any way to make it, which to me, attract, which is, that's what these are, I believe. It's like, they're still kind of new to me. Just attract. Attract to me means like, come here, little sheep, and they all attract. What would be really nice is if there was like a magnetism in this attract, so that you could set the magnetism and attract all of the objects into. That's not the way this works, okay? And so to me, the word attract should just be more like limit. It's not attracting anything. Attracting is a verb which means to draw things, to bring things closer. Okay, that's what attract means, and that is the misnomer. And repel. Repel means to push them away, and I'm not sure that it's actually even repelling anything. That there are still hearts in here. They're just not showing. And that's the thing. So those terms don't mean what they're supposed to mean, because this should just be to be limit. And these should be limits. Outer limit, inner limit, okay? And they're just limits to what you see. And even the word limit means like, oh, there are only 500 are allowed, you have to go, kind of thing. It's like that kind of thing. Even limit seems to not fit what's really happening here. But this is how your attract and repel works. Then we're going to go into resizing. Maybe I can get these in so that scaling. Here's another thing that's very... So it says scale from to this. And what we're going to do is we're going to go back into our distribution and we're going to add fall off and we're going to add centimeters. So we have 500 centimeters, which is out here, is 500 centimeters. The outer is 500 centimeters from the center of this. And then, see, this, you can understand it, but it's difficult to get it right. And then this repel is 100 centimeters. So if we set our fall off to be 200, all right, so it's going to be further than the 100 further than our inner circle, all right? And then we set the fall off to be 400, which is 100 in from our outer part, okay? Then when we go into this elevation, into scaling, it says scale from, and this is where it's really hard to figure it out, because if you scale from 100%, you would say, okay, well, 100%. So, all right, I'm just going to try to set this up the way it works, okay? Because I thought you scale from 100% to like 25% or 10%. So you would, but it's not from that. It's the opposite way you would think in your head. You scale from 25% to 100%, okay? It's just the opposite of the way my head thought of it, all right? And so for 2 hours, I said, why is this going wrong? And then I thought, okay, let's scale from 25% to 100%. And this is scaling, and let's see what happens. It might not work, but we'll see. And look what we have now, okay? You see, these outer ones go from 25%, and it says 100 rim, and once it hits to 100, they become 100% until it gets to the inner rim, which is 100, and they scale down. It's not the taper, it's called fall off. They fall off back down to 25%. So that's how that works, okay? So then you can make it work. And so this is and then you can take your sphere and you can hide it in the middle. You don't have to have the sphere there. And then we can take our plane, we can take our plane and let's make the plane black. Well, let's just see what color the plane is. I don't think, yeah, the plane is white. We could leave it white also. That's kind of cute. I mean, kind of pretty. So, but I think they will stand out more if we make it black. So we go to surfaces, sphere, and base color, not sphere, the plane. And that's our inner surface. Remember the surface we created? And now that's black, but it's got a metallic type of black. So we want to make turn up the diffuse roughness, is it? No, it's not that one. Because I think our diffuse color, glossy color, we make that black. Okay. And then we go back out of the surface here. And then we have this black. Now I'm going to show you another kind of trick. Now remember our seed sphere, that's our seed heart, that's the heart that's down underneath here. It's too dark to see, but it's there. We have a little heart down. Oh, it's hidden. So let's go and no, that's our sphere. Our balloon heart is down in here, hidden. You can't see it because of the color, but there's a heart hidden in there. It's a red heart. So remember, all of these hearts are a seed of that heart. So if I come in here, and remember I made that color heart red. What if I turn it blue? All of the other hearts turn blue. So that they are all clones of that other heart. So you just simply have to go in to change these hearts, to change that one heart, and they all change with it. So that's another cool aspect of this tutorial. Now, but this is now you can take your sky and all and put some kind of sky. So we could call this Sweetheart Hill. Okay, let's say File, Save As, Scene. Sweetheart Hill. And then we come in a little closer here. And what we do is we take now our plane, we find our surface that we created, and then we can go in here into presets, materials, open this up. Well, surface, okay, materials, default, and ground. Find the shaders here. And we go to shaders, ground, that didn't work. Maybe it did, but it's just, Am I? Okay, I have to be in. Okay, let's try some. That's our plane. Plane editor, surface 1. Base color. That didn't change, so let's try a different one. Different company or something. Let's try this one. That's an RSL. MDL. And there we go. So now we are going to go in here back to our editor and change the change the vertical tiles to 25, horizontal tiles to 25. Okay, Sweetheart Hill. And we come in a little closer here. Come down a little bit. Bring these over. Now, what I'm going to do is take this plane, save this again. Let's take our plane, and if we take the hearts out of the plane, okay, let's take this off. Let's go to scatter. Let's just call it scatter. Pro heart, because it's so long here that let's call it 17. Oh, we don't even need that either. We'll just call it instances. Give that a space because it keeps pushing my thing over and hiding these hide and view things, and I need to get at them. So we're going to take this and right click and unparent. So now these hearts are movable. They're independent of the ground. I say we go like this a little bit, more like that. Then we can take our plane and move it down a little bit. Just why? Bring it down so it's not quite there. So it's a little bit below. Then we can go back here into UltraScatter with our plane and start a new scatter. That's not how we do it. Okay, we're going to find some grass, because this is just an image on there. So let's put some real grass in here so that there's actually little grass, pieces of grass hanging up out there. So we'll go to here. We'll leave that scatter. We'll leave that there, but we're going to go here and look for grass. See what we can find for grass. And now what we've learned about this is that we're going to scatter this on this. Remember, this plane is this gigantic thing with a couple of. Now I have a really nice new grass. It's called, and I don't see it here. We're going to sort from recent first. Date created, install date. Let's try that. I have some kind of like Druid grass or something. It's really nice. Well, I don't see it here. Let's try created date. Let's type in Druid. I think it was Druid grass. No, it's definitely not that. Oh, there is some Druid. Druid. Druid grass. Let's try this. Okay, so now remember what we do with our grass, our seed element. We bring it down below our, so it's not in our scene. Then we go, and now we have it selected, and we go into here, and we go into here, and we select UltraScatter. We're going to select our plane, but remember we have to select our surface 1. And now we're going to put down, let's try 4,000. Remember we have to scatter it along the whole area, even though we're only going to be limiting it to this area. So let's actually go to 10,000. 10,000. Enter. And distribution. Let's use the Perlin map. And scaling, rotation. Okay, we are going to rotate them on the y-axis so that they're not all in the same. And I suppose we could rotate a little bit X and Z, just a tiny bit, like 10. 10 and 10, so that they kind of rotate a little bit this way too. Let's say 5. 5. Okay. And distribute. Oh, and we'll we'll scale them a little bit along the y-axis. We'll scale them from. Now, I think this is where I've messed up, so we're going to do from the low amount, like from, let's say 40% to 100%. Y is how tall it is, okay? So let's try to scatter this along here and see what happens. Will there be some grass here? Now, there's not going to be 10,000, but we might end up with like 4,000 or 2,000. So I would say, if you think about how big a piece of ultra scenery ground is, if you've ever zoomed out on ultra scenery ground, it's only it's pretty big, but it's not like gigantic. You don't want to have your ground any bigger than that. So it's very important that you scatter on a piece of ground that isn't just ginormous. Okay, that's the thing. There we go. Look at it, put the grass in. We got some Druid grass. And it works. So we're going to end up with probably about 5,000, or how many pieces of Druid grass can you put on here? Let's see. Show us. You put... Oh, you're not going to tell us, huh? We got to bring this way over. 10,000 instances, so it actually put that many instances of grass here. Wow. Okay, so we're just going to cut this out, and we're going to go Druid grass. Let some of this stuff out of here. It's just too long. Druid grass. $10,000, let's say. Let's leave it like that. No, let's see. Oh, darn. Okay. Try again. Bro, I must have put some kind of Druid grass. $10,000. There we go. We get rid of the Pro and just call it UltraScatter. And let's get rid of that last hard bracket. There, now we can pull this over here and have it stay there. So now look at this grass. This Druid grass looks to me like it's a little too light. So what do? We go to our Druid grass. Why did that jump over there? Let's change the name of this as well. These long titles, I just wish it didn't do that, but it does. Call it D-Grass. Now, are you going to keep doing that every time I click on something, moving it over? I guess it's gonna. It's looking at that, thinking that's not realizing that the title was actually changed. It's still looking at it like it has, oh, maybe, oh, it's because of these here. Okay, so can I change these? Proxy, balloon heart, instances. I think those will still work. A, let's call it 1A. All right, that fixed that. It's just so annoying when you click on this and have it. Okay, the Druid grass. So we're going to go to this Druid long grass. That is the seed of our grass. And we go in here to this base color, blade. Okay, I think I can go into this translucency color here. Base color is yellow. What if we make it green? And how about the base color here? See, if I change that one to a, then it changes them all. Okay, and that's still not quite what I want. Dark green. And I think it's because they have a shine on them. Yeah, they do. They have a translucency color. So let's go with, let's just take this translucency color down to like a dark gray. See what that does. There we go. And this one here, that just changes the darkness of it, the brightness. And this one as well. Okay. Now the grass is darker. Really dark. Maybe too dark. And let's go with the blades. Let's bring the blade grass up a little bit. Blade 1 up a little more too. Okay, I think I liked it when it was a lighter green. So blade color 1. Is 1. And blade color 2. This is the predominant color, I think. Okay, see what I'm seeing is too much blue in this. So if I take the blue down, okay, there. If I bring the red up, red up a little more. And the green up a little more. Come on. Okay, I guess that goes all. So we'll bring the red up some more here. Here. And we can take our shine here. Bring that up a little more too, the glossy color. Oh, not the glossy color, the shine, isn't it? Translucency color. Bring that up a little more. The translucency color here. Okay. I'd like it to just kind of blend in with the color that's on the but it's not working that way. So we're going to take some of the blue out of the translucency color. Okay, and the blue out of this translucency color. Now it's starting to blend in a little better. We give it a little bit more red here in the translucency color. A little bit more red here in the translucency color. A little more green, take the blue out. A little more green. There we go. There. That kind of fits in, see? So now we got to put a sky here. So we go out of here. And we go into get rid of scatter. Go to here. We can go to here. HDRI. No, we don't need that. We just go into render settings. And let's see what we have for skies. I might have to go into my master sky file. I think I will. I've got so many nice skies in there. And I think I'd like to put a backdrop here. But let's see. All right. What about this? Something like this in here. 2K. Where are the 8K? Let's see what this looks like. Okay, I think if I'm going to put one of these skies in here. All right, let's go into. That's kind of nice, but let's go into filament mode. Oh, great. It crashed. I don't think I saved it for a while. Let's see where we saved it last. I'm usually pretty good at that, but open recent, Sweetheart Hill. I think I saved it after I got the grass the right color. Well, at least I saved it with the grass in it. So it's not that far to go. Okay, the only problem is I didn't put a camera in here, so let's go to this so it always brings you back to the center if you don't have a camera. I do have a perspective view, but it doesn't remember that. It just takes you right back to the default perspective view. Okay. Okay, I think that's good. So let's save this at this. Well, it won't remember that until I put a camera view anyway. Create new camera. Now when I put the camera in, it's going to put light on my scene. So when I go into here, everything's going to be brighter. Because the camera, when there's no light in the scene, the camera has a default light. So if I put a spotlight in here, like just throw a spotlight in, then the camera's light gets turned off. But then we take and look at the spotlight here. Create, look through the spotlight. 9. Oh, those balloons look beautiful, actually. Oh, it looks like I have that's my seed balloon coming through the top here. I don't think I can move that seed balloon. If I move the seed, yeah, I guess I can. Just he's peeking through the bottom. I didn't realize I could move that, but okay. Up. Let's take this spotlight here. And select the spotlight. Move it up. Let's put the spotlight like in the center here. Let's see what that does. I just no idea what. I wish Daz had a nudge where when you're moving stuff, you could just like hold a key and then it would nudge, and then you could hit the arrow keys and nudge things around. Some things might have a nudge, but I just don't know about them. But okay. Now let's go back into our camera view. Okay, save this again. And go to iRay, and let's put some. Well, before I put light on the spotlight, well, I'll put some kind of light on the spotlight because they'll light the balloons. They need some light. Color will just be a white light. Let's see, but we'll go with the lumens. Let's try 9. Another 9. The spotlight's quite far away. Another 9. There we go. Wow. The ground lit right up, but the balloons are not responding to the light. So that's not good. But we'll just take one of these 9s off. And that should be enough for now. Okay. We'll figure out why the balloons aren't responding. So we're going to go into, I think I just want to use a backdrop in this. So we'll turn off. Zero. Control 9. Now we're going to go into environment, type, backdrop. Then we're going to find browse. And I'm going to go to, I don't have anything in here that would work, do I? Wonder what would something like with this would look like. Nah. Let's go into iRay. It's a pretty funky sky. All right, let's find a real sky. Browse. HDRI. Just HDRI up here further. HDRI all. And we have these JPEGs. Now let's go through here and find something really nice. It's funny how, you know, I can't make a tutorial without making a scene. You know, I come in and I start on a tutorial and then I have to make something from it. And it's just the way I am. It's all about making a product, making art, people. It's about making art. You know, it's also about learning, but it's about making art. That's what. And if we make art, then we can do more than one thing at a time. Look at this. See, I can open some of these. Oh, darn. It selected it. See, I've got a problem because my land and all. So what I have to do is take my scene. And this would be the plane, the sphere, the scatter, grass. And we might as well throw our camera in because that's, and the spotlight, and the balloon heart. Group them up, put it all in a group. No, we don't want a new primitive, we just want a new group. And it calls scene all. Put it all into a scene. And then move this scene object, Y, translate it. Let's bring it up 100. We got to bring it up until our sky. We lose these little things. Let's try it a couple hundred. 1. So that didn't work. Let's bring it up to 0. I think 0 might be a lot, so let's bring it up. Let's lower it up to 2,000. Oh, that didn't work. Let's just bring it to 0. Why didn't that work? Oh, I see. I see what's happening here. That is our land. if we look at our land here, see that's the outer part of our plane. So if we go here to our plane, and then we go, well, this is kind of difficult for me to think to do this, but we're going to zoom out on our plane. Turn a light on. Can I see it with a light? Yeah. And then we go, we're going to take this plane here, and we're going to look at it. Oh, I zoomed out with my camera perspective. Okay. Let's see if I undo the camera. Undo orbit camera. Undo frame selection. Okay. Let's go to the perspective view, and then we'll select the plane and zoom out. Let's go to here. Now let's go to here, and let's chop some of this plane off. We go to the tools, geometry editor. Okay, let's save this before we do this. Okay, now we're going to go here to selection mode, marquee. Look at it from the top down. And let's go like this. Okay, invert. Geometry selection, invert selection. And then we're going to go geometry editing, delete selected polygons. Yes. And now all we have is that top curve there. Now let's go back to our camera view and see if I really ruined something. Yeah, I did. I threw off the geometry of the ground. Edit. You can't undo geometry editor. You have to go out. It's going to ask if I want to save it. No.
Is a warm summer's day. We can go, we have some time to get away. See what we can find on a warm summer's day. We'll bring an umbrella in case it might
All right.
rain. The birds sing down by the spring. We go wandering.
So what we can do now here,
We can find a way.
we can go into here, select our plane, go to perspective view, zoom out on the plane. We are still in geometry mode. That's why everything's kind of weird right now. And what I'm going to do instead, this is a temporary fix, but it will work for now. So we don't have the edges showing up in our scene out here. Okay, turn the light on, Control L, so I can see what the heck I'm doing. Now I'm going to selection mode lasso. I'm going to do the same thing I did before. But I'm going to just do a circular rather than the square. So we keep, okay, I guess it doesn't really matter, right, how perfect it is. Now we're going to invert this. Invert. Now if I hold the control, take some more of this. This time, I'm just going to hide it. Hide selected polygons. Now this should work. Now we go back to our camera view. Yeah, and it didn't throw anything off. Now if I go out of this scene and come back, we may find, let's save it, that it brought it off. It could bring it back. So what happens when we do this number? So this is Sweetheart Hill. Save. And let's render. Go into rendering. Progressive render. We got happy, happy hearts on the hill. Happy hearts. Happy trees. Happy sky. It's a happy place. Render enable engine off. Let's set this at 5,000 just so we don't have a gigantic scene. And we render here. Your beauty. Look how nice that grass is. I told you, our Druid grass is really, really nice grass. I love the Druid grass. That's the best grass I've ever seen. But we colored it. We made it our own color. But it colored very nicely. It still has all kinds of variant in it. It colored like in a like about kind of way. It didn't just like turn every blade of grass one color. It brought them into like a reasonable about those colors and all. It wasn't like a hard color change. Now I have rocks and pebbles. Now you see, that's the thing with
The road that leads to respect. Don't let anger go.
Now I'm noticing something here with, see, this ground here is too, it could be made smaller. There's little stems of grass, and the moss it's just gigantic, and it should be smaller. So let's go here back into our scene here. Let's go back into our scene. Let's select our plane again. We have it selected. Go into surfaces, plane. Let's go into our surface 1. Let's go down here to this, and we have it at 25. Let's go 35. Tiles. Okay, and let's go into iRay. See what it looks like. Now it should be finer. Yeah, see, that's much better. I think that's still up. Let's go 40. 40. Let's go to 50. These flowers here look too big. The perspective wise. Yeah, see, now that looks right. Now we're going to have a really nice detailed ground, see? Yeah, it's all, this all has to do with attention to detail and having an eye that can notice these things that you can notice. See, now these still look a little bit large, so I think we could even go a little smaller to 60 or 70. They're okay, but they look like moss, and moss is usually tiny. But there comes a point where you make it too small, and then you see a repeating pattern. Okay, it's like there's the same clump of grass over here, 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 and it becomes a very obvious pattern that is. So we go to 65 to 65. That still looks okay. Save it for now. I can always jump back down. I don't see any repeating patterns. It would be really nice if you had a, well, they couldn't really do that, like a generator that would take the little squares and randomize them. But then they wouldn't bleed into each other. These are like called repeating, tiles. They're called something tiles, where the tiles, they on all four sides they blend into each other. So there's a name for that. They're seamless tiles or something. So look at this. Now these little flowers look like they kind of belong in here. This still looks too big. So this moss is like way too big still. So yes, let's see. Now we're going to reach that point where you see that same stem is right here, I believe. I'm not sure. So we're going to go to 80 and 80. So this sets it at a much higher. Now imagine if I just left this at 1. Now you see, still don't see. I see a clump here and a clump there, but they don't look. This looks like that sort of, but then the randomness of the grass kind of throws it off a little bit. This looks like that. So if I go any more than this, we're going to have the 4 of these like pieces in the same. So let's save this. We might be able to get by with this. And that's why it's important that when you buy these textures for the grass and all of that, that you get them at least in 4K. So a 4K tile is going to be, maybe you'd have it to repeat it 1 or 2 times across. Let's see what we've got here. So it's important when you buy shaders, that's what they're called, shaders, that they're at least 4K, and a lot of them are not. And especially like things like, okay, look at that. Now this looks kind of like moss. And I don't dare go any further than this, because we will see a repeating pattern. Now, see, those are not repeating, but if I come over here, see, notice that little dead leaf there? There's that dead leaf. So we got the dead leaf there, dead leaf there. And now this is hiding the dead leaf. And that's hiding the dead leaf. So we have 4 repeating tiles across. That's the most I dare do. So, but this looks like moss now. Now what I could do also is take this. Let's do that. Why not? We've got all the memory in the world to to spare here. Cancel this render, yeah. Let's throw a different piece of Druid grass. Druid gas. Let's see, Druid grass. And here, cancel. The only problem is if I throw another piece of Druid grass, then I'm going to have to try to match the color again. So we've got a plane here. We're going to go into, maybe I'll try a piece of something totally different, like that looks like hay, okay? It'll be grass, but it'll look like hay instead. So we go here to grass. And let's turn off this. Let's save this so that when we crash, the more you put in your scene, the more likely you're going to crash your scene. So default, we're looking for some grass, and hopefully it's going, we don't want from A to Z. We want the newest grass first, recent first. Sort by created date. The recent grass would theoretically, artwork for Daz gets better over the years. This something like here. This is part of the Druid collection, but I think I have some other grass in mind. This is not my first time at the rodeo here with this. I've done grass before. These are kind of pretty. Marram grass. All right, let's put the Marram grass in. And let's now lock our camera so I don't accidentally move it. Object, lock. And now let's go here to our Marram grass. And we're going to go to the perspective view. Let's take a look at it and see how it looks with the other grass. Hello, Marram grass. What happened to you? They've placed it in a weird place. It came into the scene in a weird place. Let's go here. Well, it's not in a weird place. It's just that everything else is in a weird place. Okay, I understand. I comprendo. So what we have here is a problem with the Marram grass. Move. I think we're still in. Yeah, we're still in. Okay, Marram grass. Let's zoom out a little bit. The top of our world is way. Where is it? We're under a dome. Dominica, Nika. Let's see. So we got to bring this up. We don't want it in our scene, but I don't want it like way far away either. I don't know how my... Oh, remember I kept moving the plane up high? I moved it way high. It's okay. We're going to just try and... We're going to bring this up until it starts to almost come through the surface here. Okay, I am... Gosh, I don't feel comfortable having the scene way up like that, but we got the camera locked, we got everything locked. I like the way the scene's looking, so we're going to just bring this up into, okay. I think that just, let's see. We're getting close to the top of the sphere. The dome land. The hill. I guess that's what we'll call it. It is Sweetheart Hill. Okay, there's our heart. So, and there's our grass. So we have this now. This grass is a little taller than the other grass. So I'm not sure that I'm going to want this grass that tall, but we'll see. Now we can go back to our camera view. That's what the grass looks like. So we're going to go now to, we have the grass selected. Let's go to Ultra. No, it would be Scatter. To our UltraScatter. Now I could use this. What I'm going to try to do is see if I can use one of these UltraScatters here. See if they'll still let me use it. And that would be the grass one. Okay, so the grass scatter. Okay, if I can find this grass scatter. Yes, the grass. Look at how cool this is now. This was 10,000. I don't think I want that. I think I'm going to just go with 10,000. Let's go with like 4,000. All right. But what we're going to do here is in distribution, see this Perlin map where it distributed it? Invert it. So now all the black, it's only going to place this grass in areas that the other grass isn't. Theoretically, let's hope if that's the actual way it works. And we've got no affinity. Okay, we don't want any of that affinity stuff. No nodes selected. But we have all of our rotation and scaling stuff in here, so that's good. Inherent object scale, rotation. Now, if I take this scale, okay, inherent object scale. What that is if I remember I said I think this is too tall. Okay, so let's do it, and if not, then I can go back and make it smaller, then redo it. Okay, so let's scatter. Let's see what we get. Isn't that invert really cool? You know, somebody was really thinking when they said, well, maybe they would want to put the grass only in places where there's no grass, other grass. And guess what? I think this put the grass in the wrong place. I think I'm going to have to move the grass up because the ground was in a different place before, remember? We're going to unparent the grass. And then we're going to move it up, translate it up. Okay, let's go to our perspective view. Let's see where this grass is. Here. Okay, I don't think it did put any scene. Okay, 0 instances. See, this didn't work. Okay, so we got to do it a different way. We got to, because the plane that we're scattering to is in a different place now. So we're going to select our grass. This time, I'm going to make this grass a little smaller. Y translate. We're going to go to scale. I just think it's too tall, so we're going to go to let's go to 60%. Okay, so we can make it inherit the grass's changed size. Because remember I started this video out telling you that the grass, we're going to go to plane, and then we're going to go to surface 1, number of iterations. We're going to go 5,000. And then we're going to go distribution. We're going to click the Perlin. It should give us that same Perlin map because it uses seed 1000. And then invert that. So we still get the inversion of the map. Scaling, remember, inherit object scale. If I unclick that, then even if I rescale the grass, like I've rescaled it at 60%, it will still use the original scale. So you have to click this if you want it to inherit the scale. Now I want it to also change the scale from, some of them will be 40% up to 100%. So they'll scale from 40% up to 100%. Okay, and then when it comes to rotation, we just want them to spin around a little bit, each one to have a little bit of a different rotation. And the other thing is we'll rotate just a little bit off, like so some of them are this way and some of them are that way. So we'll go 5%, just a tiny little tilt to them so that they, and 5% in the Z. So some will rotate this way and some will rotate that way. And then some will rotate, but mostly they'll rotate and situate themselves at different rotations on the y-axis. Okay, distribution. This is all good, and we're having it to scatter to our surface, our current surface now. And see if this works. We got 5,000. Okay, let's scatter it. And then we're going to go back to our camera view and see what happens. Will we get some grass? Scattering points. This is going pretty slow, which kind of tells me it's working. It's really slow, and I believe this Marram grass is very high quality grass. We're scattering a bunch of grass, and I just realized I didn't set this project to memory. And memory, it has to be set to memory.
For you I sing, in all these feelings.
Let's see, we should have some Marram grass. All right, now I'm going to switch my render settings to memory optimization. Memory, very important when using any kind of instances. All right, so we're going to go to our camera view and see, do we have? No, I don't think it worked. No, 0 instances. What did I do wrong? Let's see. I did something wrong. What did I do wrong? I think it's just corrupted because select to scatter centimeters. We selected the grass. 5,000. Random scaling. It might be because I've got part of it hidden. You know, remember I hid part of it? I have tried to fix this before in the past. The way I tried to do it was taking another plane and using D-force and making the plane like really thin, and then having the plane land on the other plane and creating a surface. And then I could then use that same shape It didn't work. The D4s, it didn't follow the contours of the land like right. It might follow this one, but when you have rocks and things and all this stuff on your, it just didn't work. I'm not really sure what to do here. Let me think for a minute. Iterations. Okay, I just thought of something. Alright, what I could do is delete this, take the plane, take this UltraScatter off of this, unparent that, take the plane, duplicate it, edit, duplicate the plane, where's plane 2? Okay, now we can take put this into scene. Okay, where's the plane 2? Unparent that. Unparent this plane. And now we can take this plane. We can take our scene. We're going to take the camera out of the scene. Unparent. And everything else, the spotlight, I guess everything else. Grass, balloon, heart. We'll take the unparent the spotlight as well. The sphere, we use that to repel. We don't need that anymore. So when the scene all, okay, so we can take these things and just hide them for a while. And this is plane number 2. Let's go to our perspective mode. And there is our plane number 2, and you see it has that same, all that same kind of stuff. And so what we're going to do is we're going to take this plane and we go into geometry editor. See if we can fix the plane. Render settings. No, tools, geometry editor, and let's take in this geometry visibility, unhide all, unhide. Whereas show all polygons. There we go. So now it doesn't have that weird thing done to it. Because I can always hide this once it's at the same exact place. Let's save this. It's at the exact same place as the other plane. This is plane 2. So what we're going to try to do is put our grass to plane 2. Select the grass. Let's get out of geometry editor. Let's go into here. Now let's select plane 2.
Time it flows like a river, and it leads.
And select the surface 1 of plane 2. 5,000. And we go into. So that tells you that if you take a plane and you chop and you hide stuff on the plane, it may not work with UltraScatter. I don't know this for sure. We're going to try this out. As long as it scatters in the plant and the plants, the grass is in the same place as it would be on the other plane, it doesn't matter. Just as long as you get the same shape of the scatter. Distribution. Okay, and we're going to go and add now this Perlin noise, but we're going to invert it. That's 1000 Perlin noise. And then we're going to go into scaling from 40. Remember, we're going to inherit this object scale. Remember, I made the object smaller to 100. And then we're going to rotate. Just rotate it a little bit on the around and with degrees. All right. And then we're going to go, and this is 5 and 5. Now, inherit object rotation. If you rotate, so like that heart, if the heart had been flat like that, luckily this heart came into the scene where it was up like that. But if the heart was flat and I rotated it up, then I would want to inherit the new rotation so that all my hearts don't end up flat. So that's why you inherit object rotation, because it remembers what. If I don't click this and I rotate that heart up, it'll make them all flat. If I don't inherit the new rotation. See, so that's something, just keep that in mind. Is this going to work, people? We've got 5,000. Select a scatter. Okay, let's try it. Now look, see how quickly this is preparing? Remember, it was taking a long time to prepare that other scatter? That's because it kept saying, wow, this piece of land, something's weird with it. Half of it's gone. I can't figure this out. I don't dare look, but let's zoom in on this. Perspective. Let's go now to I've got a spotlight that's down here. It doesn't look like it worked. I don't think it did work. I don't see any plants. Oh, and it's 0 instances. So something's wrong. Okay, what I'm going to do, so we're going to try to just scatter. We'll try the plane, and we're just going to go surface 1, 5,000, and we're not going to change anything in here. Let's just see if we can get it to scatter. And this just tells me that it's broken now. UltraScatter doesn't work anymore in this. Yeah, see, we go here. 0 instances. Oh, I think, okay. I think I scattered it to the wrong plane. Here we go. Let's try this again. Select known plane 2. I hope I haven't corrupted my project. Surface 1, 5,000. Scatter. And I don't think it would scatter to that because it's invisible, so it's turned off. So this plane is not. Let's have some grass. Nope. 0. So, yeah, so UltraScatter gets corrupted, and then it doesn't work, and it needs to be fixed. Okay, there has to be a way to reset it. Because, you know, all I'm doing is picking my plant here, and let's see if, now this plant, my Marram grass plant, that's not hidden or anything. It has been moved way up in the, let's take Marram grass, and Marram, M-A-R-R-A-M, Marram. Let's just put it back in the scene. I moved it way high in the air. Let's go to the Marram grass. Let's put it back in the scene. Okay, now let's select this. It could be the Marram grass is the problem. So let's go here, because I did move it way up in the air, okay? Oh, okay, all right. I just thought of something. I think I figured out why it is, why this is happening. Okay, I know why. We're gonna take this plane, it's translated, and we're gonna move it down to 0. Now that didn't move very far down. Or actually what we're gonna do is we're gonna move the plane down until the top. It's up above the mountains, and even at 1,000, that's the problem. It's not corrupted. The problem is the plane is up 1,000 high, and up above 1,000, it won't distribute in centimeters. So, all right, this is okay. So now we're going to go back to our Marram grass. If I can get the layer, I can move the layer of plants up and just. At least they have the shape, okay? So now the Marram grass, remember, our grass has got to be below. It doesn't have to, but I want it below. So now we go into here. Let's set everything as if it's going to work. 5,000. And we're going to scatter 2, our plane 2. Surface 1. And we're going to do the Perlin noise. Invert it. Scaling. 40. Starting with a small amount first. And inherent object scale. Oh darn, I didn't scale that. The Marram grass. We want that scaled at 75. Let's go 75. Alright, let's try this again. Plane 2, 5,000. Surface 1, 5,000. Distribution, Perlin, noise, invert that map, and then we go here to inherit object scale, and we're going to scale from 40. Inherit the current scale, okay? And then we're going to rotate these. Y, so they spin around like that, and distribute in different rotation patterns. Let's going to use this Perlin, so that will help create the rotate variegation. And we're going to scale them 5 here and 5 there, so that they tilt. Some of them tilt, and they'll use this pattern as well. All right, I think this will work. Scatter. If it doesn't, then it's corrupted, and that may be why it wouldn't. Okay, it's taking a little longer to make these scatter points. It didn't just go right through and say, whoa, see how fast I am when I make nothing? So we're going to have some grass here. And we'll be able to move it up. creating instances. There we go. This is a lot of grass. Let's get out of, wow. That's not quite what I expected. Let's see what it looks like, and it's just way too much. Something's wrong like that. Maybe I think I know what I did. I think I re-stretched the grass into some kind of, I did something wrong with the scale on the grass. Something wrong with the scale on the grass. In every way. I really did something wrong. Oh, 75%. No, that should have been made it smaller. It's seen all. Well, we have it working again, so let's see what's wrong here. This Marram grass is just way too tall. I don't think so, Ted. Welcome back, buddy. I don't pretend to be at all a master of this program, but if you go back and watch the rest of this video, you'll find some new tips for you, okay? Some fun new tips. I don't know how long you've been watching, but I don't think I'm a master yet. No, because there are a lot of things that I have not learned yet. So I've got to delete this Marram grass. I can't even move. Oh, that put that all over this whole map. That's a problem. I didn't relegate it to this little patch here. That's what happened. So wow, that's weird. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go back in here. I am trying to learn little parts and bits and pieces of this. But I am not, I don't feel like I'm mastering it. Oh, I don't mind. You can. I don't mind a little hard time, being a little hard time. Okay, scale. Okay, I did scale this map. That's the correct scale for the map. I don't mind a little bit of a hard time. Why translate? We're going to bring this right so it's right barely touching here in here. So what I didn't do was I don't think I selected it to, oh, maybe this map doesn't have. Let's go into tools and see if it's still showing that this has geometry editor. I don't see any. I think I've got to re-copy my plane. Okay. Because this is, let's go to here. Okay, this is all hidden. I'm going to unparent the plane here. Oh, see, now that just brought back. Okay, edit. Oh, now it's the plane. Okay. Okay, so I guess that's okay. So now that we have this plane unparented, I might be able to scatter things on it. But what I don't see here now is my surface area. Okay, it is, I think it maybe still is. Let's look and see if it still has its surface. Yeah, surface 1. So let's see if we can now scatter to this plane now that it's no longer hidden. So let's bring in that other piece of grass. Files. Where's the Marram grass? Let's try this piece. Marram grass. Let's bring that in. Now it doesn't matter if the Marram grass is way down on the plane down below. So we're going to go now and select this and go back into UltraScatter Pro. Select our plane. Select surface 1. Let's just do this at 1000. We can always come back in and do more. And then we'll go, we're just not going to scale it. We're not going to do anything. We'll just go to this Perlin, invert it. And I think I will rotate it on the Y axis. Let's see the surface scatter. Scatter this along that plane. Oh, it's still up too high. So I'd have to go in yards or something. It won't put anything on here. 0, I believe. Yeah, 0 instances. Let's do this again. So what I have to do is go into this and say yards. Yards. And then the distribution will be 1,000 yards and plus or minus 1,000 yards. That will allow me to do it up this high. Okay, now go back to Perlin. Go back to invert. Scaling. Y scale. Rotate. Oh, scaling would be 40. Let's double check all this is. I'll limit it to, okay, put it on the plane. Limit it to surface 1. We want 1,000. We'll do 1,000. And we're going to go to, this is all correct. We inverted it. Scale, because it's going to be 40 to 100. And rotation is going to be Y. And this, and 5. And 5 on the X. Just tilt them a little bit. Okay, surface scatter. Let's try this. Is this going to work with yards? It's still going to try and scatter it to the plane. Okay, now I think we have some instances. 900 and, okay, so we have grass now here. Let's go to our camera. That worked. Okay, somehow my camera's been thrown off. So I have to unlock my camera and move it back into position. I'm not spelling that right. M-A-R-R. I guess I did. M-A-R-R-A-M. Okay. Now we go. My camera's locked. Edit. Object. Unlock. Okay, let's bring the camera back. Okay. I'm not sure why this all got thrown off like this, but This is Sweetheart Hill. Thank you. Oh, man, that is so kind, Ted, of you to say that. I am very honored that you said that. Thank you very, very much. I don't know that I don't know that I really acknowledge that, though, you know, because I see a lot of other artists and who are making stuff, and I say, oh my God, that's beautiful. And so I probably have some level of skill, but I'm not sure exactly how much. Save, but thank you. That's now I remember I wanted to be able to see the little hearts in the background so that you and bring this down a little bit more. So we can bring it down a little bit. Let's see what happens. Why is my spotlight like way over there? You'd think it should be in the center. Somehow everything is thrown off. This entire scene is kind of screwed up right now. Remember that thing about yards in how I switched it to yards? Because if you're trying to put things on a mountain and they won't go up the mountain, then you have to switch it to yards and feet and stuff like that. So, or it won't put them over there. So let's look at this through the spotlight and see why my spotlight. See, I think the spotlight is still off kilter. Like it's got to be over this way and turned a little bit this way. Let's go to the camera now. I guess that's okay. Now let's see what this looks like in a render. It gave us just a few more pieces of grass here to break up the monotony of the other grass. So let's see what this Marram grass looks like. Oh, that looks pretty cool in there. There we go. Awesome, Ted. Hey, well, I don't know. I will look into this. Because this is the newest grass that I've bought. It's from some sort of, I don't know what it came from, but I just noticed it when I did a search for grass. It's like, oh gosh, I got some new grass here. And I colored this grass. But this is the best grass that I've ever seen for like kind of wild grass. So I'll look at it. This was called Marram grass, but this grass is called Druid grass. And the green, but I colored that. I went in and messed with it. But when I colored it, it still kept all of its variants. It just changed the tint of it, which was really nice. It didn't just like turn it all one color green. As you can see, the tint, it kept all of its own tint. This is really nice grass. So, These two look like they're growing together, so that maybe the inversion map wasn't exactly perfect, but it looks like most of these pieces This is nice. So this is Sweetheart Hill. I'm gonna set. I'll go in and look and find out what product, because I'm gonna render this at 10,000, somewhere even higher maybe, but 10,000 by 9,000 or something, 16 by 9. So we'll cancel this, and before I go in and render, set up the render, I will let you know where you can find that Druid grass. D-R-U-I-D, Druid grass. The Druid grass. Is this it? Druid lady. So there's a bunch of Druid stuff here. Where is the Druid grass? That is my song called Viking Saga. Okay. Well, I didn't see the... Oh, here it is. The Druid grass. And we'll go into this and we'll go explore product. This is the Druid Grove. It's called a mystical scene. And we got props here and a bunch of nice stuff.
You and me,
And let's go to the Daz site.
we are free to love and find eternity. There are ways and oh so many days.
Yeah, this is something fairly new.
Live each moment in love.
Well, that's not where I wanted to go.
Once
This is a
you
product
find
page. Here's a store
love
page.
that's so true,
This is the Daz
find the
original.
perfect one
So,
for
yeah.
you.
The Daz artists, there's some beautiful, beautiful stuff that they've done. So let's go into the Druid
You have
Grove.
found a star that'll shine.
Copy here.
All the love in your heart.
And here we go. Where's the Druid? Well, it didn't let me copy that. Druid Grove, a mystical scene. Let's try that again. D-R-U-I-D. Here it is. Oh, this is free right now. So if you want this grass, you get on to Daz. It's free.
We'll head into town.
Yeah, that's where I got it.
Play a game of pool.
Look at this grass. It's whoa. They love us at Daz. They give us this whole scene free. Yeah, I got this for free.
But you're the only
That's why you check Daz
for me.
every single day, because every day they give you out something free, and this is nice. This grass is like you said, the very best. I hope you're headed to Daz. This is free. And Martin Frost. Now I'm sure I bought a bunch of his stuff. Yeah, let's see. This heath and moorland plants. Now, why does it look like I've not logged in? See, I wanted to buy this heath and moorland plants, and I looked at these, and oh my God, they're so beautiful, but they're not iRay. Yeah, they're just not iRay. And they're like the most beautiful plants. One of these days I gotta buy them anyway, and then just convert them all into iRay. Run them into the iRay converter. You guys do know how to convert stuff from 3 to light to iRay. How much are these? They're $5. I wonder what they would look like converted. These heather, I do have heather and stuff, but these plants look really, really, really nice. So we know now that Martin Frost is like the god of plant making. He got some help from Daz on this one. Maybe because a lot of his stuff is not iRay. Now I know I have these flowers. It's not showing that I own them. Maybe I don't. A lot of his stuff is on sale right now. Yeah, see, if you look down through all of his, almost all of, everything that he's made is all for 3 to light. And, well, let's go. And so, now, I was sure that I know this is iRay. Yeah, this is new, fairly new. This is pretty nice too. This is on sale too. When this came out, it was a lot more. Those onions look very realistic in this. These onions look pretty nice, and the beets too. Yeah, I think this Martin guy, he works with the guy who made Ultra Scenery, and Martin has helped him before with some of the plants with the Britain series that just came out recently. Martin made the British plants for Ultra Scenery. And I don't know if he's ever worked with him before in the past, but Martin, I might be wrong, but I'm quite sure Martin has worked with him. He's the plant guy. And so, road markings and potholes, that's pretty cool. And the roads, I think that we'll see these road markings and all of this stuff, because eventually we're going to have roads in, like roads in Ultra Scenery. Eventually Ultra Scenery is going to have roads. And I bet that's why we're seeing him have products that show roads, because they're going to be doing that. So this is iRay as well. Now, it's, okay, I think I have them, okay, I have them hidden. I do have a bunch of Martin stuff. See, I have this Just Beachy. Oh, these the Marram grass. See, that's where, and that, right, this Marram grass, that's on sale right now. That's $3.49 for the Marram grass. And I think it's a little bit tall for my scenes, but not for sand and not for sandy areas and all. So this is another thing worth buying. Very much worth buying. The Marram grass, let's hide it. The Marram grass. Now, the Druid Grove, I don't know how Martin's making a living. Now, notice this botanical Britain. So he is part of the British, the understory. I don't think he's the one. Now, I own the desert blooms, the poppy, the cap lilies, So I own all these ones that have a little cloud next to them. I own the Pebble Stone, the Ultrascene. So he may actually, I don't think he's the one behind Ultrascenery. I think he is the one, yeah, Howie Farks is the one behind Ultrascenery. And he is the one also who made UltraScatter. So that's why there's so much. That's why. Now, I don't know. No, I think someone else made the Ultrascenery. There's another person involved here. See, you. Oh. So there's 3 people working together. Okay. Here's Ultrascenery. No, Howie Farks. So Howie Farks made Ultrascenery, and he made UltraScatter, which is amazing. This is all very, very amazing. And Martin Frost occasionally steps in and helps him with plants. Because we go this, let's see, Ultrascenery Swamp. Okay, look, this is this is Tango Alpha, and they made the swamp add-on for Ultrascenery. So and I would imagine Howie Farks had to be part of that in some way, because it had to be inserted into his Ultrascenery stuff. Ecologies Volume 2, Tango Alpha. So Tango Alpha was the artist who's done most of the Wastelands and more. This is Tango Alpha again. So, and then so suddenly we have this we have this Martin, was it Martin Frost? Martin J. Frost. Now we have him working. I like this little scene here. We have him working with Howie Farks on plants. Now the tropical plants here, that's on sale as well. Any of these plants that you can buy, you can scatter on land. That's the thing with UltraScatter. So any of these plants, I didn't purchase this one, but this is very nice as well. This Martin does a wonderful job with plants. So I like that he uses male models in his art too. So he's got my support.
You're the only face I see, whether we're together or when we're apart. Anywhere I go, you're here in my heart.
All right, well, since we're in UltraScatter land, okay, we might as well take a look. This is the time.
Anywhere I go, you're all I know.
This is the time to buy Martin stuff. Because look, there it's, you know, I told you to buy it when it's at an 80% sale. Well, these are, it's all of his stuff right now is at 70, 65, 70. These tiny plants. Let's see what this is. This is $4. So now, if you're on Martin's site, give him some love, and it's time to buy his stuff. But just look at his stuff and make sure it's iRay. See, this is iRay, And if I put this in my cart, I bet I'll even get like another, this because it's a Daz original also. I'll bet this is down to, well, $3.55. Let's see what it looks like in the cart. I bet I get another discount. No, it's well, but it's not $4. It's actually $3.55. Now let's go back and see what these tiny plants. What kind of tiny plants are we talking about? They look like little lilies of the valley and stuff. These are really nice. Imagine them all over a field. Those are going to stay in my cart. So now these would be normally, the regular price of this is $14. So, and if you're in UltraScatter mode, you might as well, this is the time to do it. Now look at this, subtropical folia, $3.67 for this. I think it's time to get some plants. And this subtropical folia, okay, this one is not iRay. That's why I did not buy this. And you can convert them to iRay, but I don't know that it actually works well sometimes. Okay, do I have this rendering? Okay, why don't I have this rendering? Okay, let's go into render settings. All right, we're going to go 10,000. Enter. Save this. Okay, and there we go. That's rendering. Now this garden flowers, wallflowers, let's see what this is. This is $5. This one's probably iRay. So, yeah, and this is $14 normally. Look at these flowers. Wouldn't they look lovely in a field? See, so we're going to throw, these ones are $5, but we're going to throw them in. And now let's go back. Come on. Wildflowers, water plants. Water plants are so important. Okay. You don't just want water, you want some plants growing on the water. And you can do UltraScatter on water because it's a plane. Wow, look at that. Look at these plants. And how much are these? $3.54. Are they iRay? Yes, they are. We'll throw them in there. And I think I have a coupon to take $6 off. Maybe I used that. Woodland plants. These are not, oh, these are bluebells. I have bluebells, I think. These are not iRay. Just with the things that aren't iRay, I'm not sure that you can convert them always. All right, this meadow roadside grassland plants. Let's see what we got here. Let's give Martin some love here. Okay, these ones are not iRay. And look how beautiful they are too. I was just told that iRay, that 3 to Light does not use your graphics card to render. Now this tropical plant volume, that's $6.98. That one's not on sale yet, but this one's definitely iRay. It's, well, I mean, it's on sale. It's half price off, but eventually this will go down to, look at those though. Wow. This is amazing artwork. Look at that artwork in those plants. Imagine scattering them. So, all right, let's see. I don't know that I can go into the $6 one, but now we have another thing of tiny plants. These tiny plants volume 2. How much is that? That's 75 off. There's another one that's at $367. Let's see what Tiny Plants 2 gives us. Oh, these are like for little elf and troll kind of things. I don't think we got they give us mushrooms, but look at them. Those would look cool. These would look really nice in my thing right now. So, let's throw these in the cart. Oh, let's make sure that they are iRay. They are iRay. Nice. I'm almost tempted to buy these Heath ones and experiment with them and see if I can get them to garden flowers, Spanish moss, woodland plants. Let's look at this. Let's see what we got. Woodland plants. These are not iRay. And those are, I looked at them. Those have the bluebells and the... Did grow. I can't sing it all right now. Okay, now we go down into these, and I don't think any of these. One-click wonders, rock mega bundle. Oh, those are for rocks? I have enough rocks. Real atmospheres. Okay, let's see. I think that's going to do it. So that it's just these things mostly up at the top here. I'd love to get these vegetables, but they're going to have to... Okay, the calla lilies. I don't know. I might have some of them already. I'm not sure that they're as nice as his. Are they iRay? These are iRay. Oh, and look, you have single ones too. Look at that. Now that would make a very nice arrangement on a table. I love how Martin uses males in his art too. That's beautiful, especially on a flower thing. That's nice. This is some beautiful geometry in those leaves. I don't think I've ever seen geometry stretched over a leaf so beautifully. He knows what he's doing. I think I have to go for these lilies too. The tiny plant hoop petticoat daffodils. I may have those. Tiny flowers. Pulsatilla. That was when I first got into Daz. It was like I went flower crazy. Oh, these are as well. Those are $5. I'm not sure that these... they're really pretty nice. They just, the hairs on them look a little bit too ordered. Yeah, the hairs on them look, they look too straight. But it might be, you know, a lot of these artists, they're not good scene builders. They know how to make plants, but they don't know how to put their plants in a scene and make them look good. This isn't too bad, but I think I'm going to wait until this goes down to $3. This is still new. That's only been out a while. I think I like these. These are beautiful. Those would be very nice in a romance thing. This is really nice. These are nice. Imagine a whole field of them. That would be really nice. This is a nice scene. I wonder if he made this scene himself. Yeah, the male in that one is dead. Unfortunately, that's the way a lot of men are depicted, as dead. Yeah. So what does my cart look like? $20 for 5 things of plants. See, that's not a bad deal, and it just gives me this massive collection of plants. So you wait until everything's on sale, and these won't go on sale for probably another 4 or 5 months, maybe. You know, these are on a really good sale because they're also Daz. Martin, I think, may work for Daz also. He might be one of their, because these say Daz Originals, but they have his name on. They have his name and their name. So whenever I see something like that, it's like, well, an artist brought his art to the Daz store, and Daz said, well, they need to have, you have to have different varieties. They make all of this criteria and say, but we'll help you get them ready for the store. And so they give them to their artists, and their artists put their kind of handiwork into them. And then they end up being, that's just, you know, what are you supposed to see when you see Daz Originals next to somebody else's name? Are you supposed to say, well, Daz made them and Martin finished them, or Martin made them and Daz finished them? You got to or, you know, did they make them together? If they made them together from scratch, you would think that Martin would just be an employee of Daz then. So that's the only thing I can infer from that. I really like these tiny plants because those are nice fill in a field. These little plants, you can throw them into your field and they'll fill in. So for $20, I have to buy these plants. So I have to. It's scary. It just gets me into deeper debt. Oh, they have a flash sale. What's this flash sale? If you go into the sale, sometimes if you buy something for $10, then they'll say, oh, and then we'll give you 20% off your cart. And so you really get one more thing for free, and your part's going to still cost $20. Yes. Okay. See, that's exactly what I thought, Ted. That he didn't work for Daz. And you know what? I also had this idea that he was probably lived in England because of his more plants. And yeah, so I kind of, my brain had that piece together. Why he has Daz in his art, so that they where he brings his art in, and they look and say, well, we'd like to alter it to a certain degree, and by the time they've altered it, they get a part of it. So what is this sale here? 50% off. Okay, 2 items, 60% off, and all right, 60. All right. Well, I'm not gonna just out of the blue buy 4 items for 60% off. At least not today. But I am going to give Martin some love. So tell him I'm a fan of his. I especially like his Britain work. On the Howie Farks Britain work. Especially love that work. So I'm gonna purchase it. I'm gonna try applying some coupons. See if my coupon. I use this honey, and every time right before I buy something, I'll let it run through and see if it has any coupons or if it can find any coupons that might work with it. Well, let's see what we've got. I probably won't find any coupons because I think I used up my Daz coupon yesterday. $14. So it found a coupon. I have a lot of his products. I have bought a lot of his products. So it found a coupon. I feel kind of bad because I'm using coupons and buying his stuff when it's on a massive sale right now. So I'm getting all 6 of these products. Yeah, it used my code. Continue to check out. So it used my Daz code. Maybe he'll still get his portion and this coupon will take it out of what Daz makes off of this. The garden wallflowers. Now, I mean, I remember when he came out. He's a very active artist in the store. Look at these. Imagine these flowers all. See, I like how he uses the males in his. Look at these flowers. My gosh. The music stopped. Oh, that song stopped suddenly. I thought, oh my God, my computer locked up. Yeah. Yeah, I got my buddy Angus in here and Ted. So I'm glad Ted's back. So here we go. So we're gonna buy this. So I've got to go incognito so I can sell. So I can do this billing stuff. So I'm gonna just turn off my screen for a moment, and then we'll take a look at these plants after we buy them. We'll give Martin some business. All right, so I'm going to go here to the Elgato, and my screen's going to go blank for a moment while I purchase these. Okay, turn you back on. Okay, so we're back. They're purchased. Oh, he's got layered fabric system. I didn't notice that. All right, what is this layered fabric? What is this? Oh, these are textures. Oh, those are beautiful. So, and he's got more here. He's got, these ones are 70. I don't see I-ray here. Those are I-ray. These are really nice fabrics. This is really nice. You too. Okay. Well, this is my music here. This is my music. Martin's got a beautiful sense of humor. I mean, like a sense of culture. Those are very nice patterns. Ah, look at the runes. This one's going to get added to my... This one's $4.99 for that rune pattern. I'd get the rune pattern. Where are the runes? Look at the runes here. So I have to wait. This is down now to $4.99 for the runes. This is going to go into my wish list. So I can't spend another anymore. How much is it when I add it to my cart? It's $4.99. Oh, and you have to have this product to use that product. We'll add this too. I'll wait until they're about $3, $3.50, and then buy them. Look at this. That is beautiful. That is really beautiful. Out picking apples. Would you like an apple, dearie? All right, so here we go. So that took us into Martin's world. I really would love this heath and moorland plants, but it says for view, and so this doesn't even look like I could use these. It says compatible software DAS to Unity bridge. See that? That's a little bit. They probably wouldn't even show up in DAS. So these are for view. And they're so pretty. It's like, damn, I'd like to use these. Look at them. The heather. And I'm sure, now this is really strange because these rocks I don't think were done with UltraScatter. So somebody had to arrange them all one by one. This took them like a week to put all that heather on that hill in view. So that's too bad, because if it was something I could really use, look at that. I think this is beautiful artwork. How they got all those trees on there too. So they must have used some kind of scatter program. And this looks like the what is that, bokeh effect? No, it's not the bokeh. Sun flares. That may be Photoshop. Well, you know, you can ask him. I don't mind, you know, like, all right, what I just paid for his art, I wouldn't expect him to go any lower than that. I would feel that would be insulting to his art. I just bought 6 of his very best products for you know, let's open up my install manager here, and let's check out these new products. So I just bought, so you know, I wouldn't want to pay any less than what I did, because he deserves to be paid for his work, okay? And I just bought his work at 79% off. I bought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of his some of his best work for $15. So and that's and I already own most of his work. So I really just tell him that you met somebody who really loves his work, okay? And I really genuinely do. That's, you know, why I was so excited and telling everybody, you know, to buy it, his stuff. So I'm a flower guy, you know. I love flowers. I have flowers. That was, like I said, when I first got into Daz, I just went nuts with flowers. And that's probably why I'm so big right now on working with UltraScatter, is because I have the flowers to scatter. I feel like Mother Nature saying, a little bit of flowers over there and a little bit over here, and you little bluebells, you go over there. You know, I just, and when you're doing the install manager, and notice this one's taking a while, it's downloading. When they take a while like that to download, that means you're getting, I am a huge fan, big fan. This one's taking a while to download. That a lot of times that means that it's there, that you're getting your money's worth for all the textures that are built into those flowers. This garden flowers, wallflowers, this is taking a while to download. This one, the tiny plants, failed. I've been having this happen a lot lately with Daz. I think they're but it's working now. When they take a while to download that, you're getting some good you're getting a ton of textures. So this the garden wallflowers, that one's a big project. This one, 106 megabytes. And they compress those textures as much as they can. So, all right. Let's see how this is rendering. This is at 10,000. So, wow, look at that at 10,000. The background looks a little bit, okay. Now, where did I get this background? I got this background. This is a JPEG. Okay, this just made me think that I didn't get the right background here, because I know I didn't. So I have to cancel this. What I'll do is save this, but I have to re-render this. How many iterations are we at? Come on. Alternate tab. Take me to Sweetheart Hill. Okay. It's not going to let me see where our iterations are. Yeah, because I think I loaded a. All right, well, we're going to save this Sweetheart Hill. Okay, we're going to save that as a PNG file. And then look at this beautiful grass. So Martin is the author of this beautiful grass. Who couldn't be a fan of his with that beautiful, beautiful grass? And when I went in and changed the, the tints and all, it just it changed the tint. It didn't change his beautiful artwork in the grass. So all those, yeah, that I've never seen grass that beautiful. We're talking about the very best grass that Daz Studios ever had. So yeah, and that's Martin Frost. So I have to look at this background here, environment. I don't think this is, no, it's not. This is a backdrop, and I used the wrong backdrop. I used a JPEG, I believe. So what we do is we go here to our environment tab, and there it is, and it's a JPEG. So we're looking for future City Park 2. We have to change this, browse up to the HDRI and future. Look for future Future City Park 2 right here. This is going to just get a huge facelift. All right, now when we render this, save this. This looks like it just popped out. What I would almost like to do is put a little bit of fog in here, but we're gonna let's see what this looks like when it zooms into. Oh yeah, now look at this. It was all blurry. Look at that now. Wow. Yeah, that's so much nicer. Yeah, this right here. See these tufts of kind of like dark grass? That's the beachy grass. I've already bought that. I bought that. It's in this picture. We have the Druid grass and the beachy grass. Yeah, I got that on a sale, on some kind of sale. I think it was free a few days ago, maybe. So, yeah, I got I have this is the beachy grass right here. This right here is the beachy grass. Yes, it's in this scene, Strawberry on Sweetheart Hill. I hope he doesn't mind what I did with his grass. Yeah, it's up on Sweetheart Hill in this futuristic city. Now that background is very, very nice. So where are we? It's 85. So I like the way this came out. The final product of this is really nice. I almost wonder if a little bit of haze would have been nice. And I kind of wish this was stretched up a little higher. I probably should have put this plain on a plane instead of using the background, because my eye can see that this is kind of stretched weird. I think that's going to do it for me for today. Thank you for the likes. I want to thank John, who was here. I don't think you've met John yet, Ted. So we have John, who was in here earlier, and I don't think your paths yet have met. So we will have probably him in here at some point. I assume that, sorry, I turned my mic down. It's like, why does it seem like so quiet? I assume that that eventually we're going to have some Daz people come in here that while I'm making scenes and stuff, they're going to be teaching me. And I would really, really, really love that. It would save me a trip to the forums and leaving all kinds of comments into the forums. And also, I think it's nice that we have that the Daz community has a voice. So have a lovely day, and here is the polka time. Thank you very much for being here and hanging out with me. Sigmund is going to polka for a while. And Hector, hello. And so, take care. I will see you again. I have so much fun with that. So, good night, Ted. Take care. And I will see you again. And I do want to say, we can thank Daz tonight, because we're not down on Daz Day, okay? Daz, we gave us Martin's artwork for 79% off in most of the cases. So Daz gave us, and so I got 5 huge plant collections for $15. So that's usually what Daz Studio is they are awesome, and they sell us stuff at very, very, very good prices, and then we end up with all the 3D stuff that we want. Yes, Hector is he's got two left feet, I think. And then we got this polka too. So very good. Thank you. Take care, and I will see you again in the next EZ3DTV tutorial with Daz products and assets and Daz Studio. So very good. Take care, and I will talk with you soon. Bye-bye. Have a lovely evening. Have a lovely, lovely evening and morning, day, whatever's happening.